Good evening. How's it going? I, sorry, I'm just looking at the camera. It's a little, the alignment's a little different. It's, you can't see the table here. Yeah. Um, yeah, I had to move the camera immediately before the live stream because I had to get to some network switch because the wireless decided to start acting up like 3 minutes before I was supposed to go live, and I had to reboot something. Anyway, I'm here. Um, so what are we going to do tonight? We're going to look at some stuff. One thing I noticed while I was getting set up this evening, this was another thing I noticed about an hour before the stream was supposed to start. One of the telescopes I was using last night had actually run out of space. The one that was doing the, what do you call it? The mosaic of the Deerlick group. So it's interesting. I did a 2-panel mosaic, and it completely, because it ran out of space, it will keep imaging. It just won't save any of the subframes. So I got some of the subframes of the first panel, and I got none from the second panel. So that's kind of unfortunate. So I'm going to try that one again tonight. But that'll be a bit, well, I could do that at any point, but that will be a little later. I know Wiley Sight earlier was doing, who's on the friend of the stream, who's on the stream a lot, and he's one of the big contributors to the Seestar Alp software. He was working on getting kind of this new functionality integrated with where you have a single scheduler where you can create a list of things you want to view or image over the course of the night. And if you have more than one Seestar, it will, well, like in the case of mosaics, it will schedule it across the telescopes. I'm not sure about some of the other images, but with mosaics, it definitely schedules it across the telescopes. But that wasn't quite ready to go. Or it's kind of a work in progress. I was hoping to demo it tonight, but I don't think I'll be testing that out tonight. But there was some new functionality since last night, my last live stream, which I'll show in a bit. And I haven't actually, I need to see if I'm going to be testing it out. So we'll see how it works. But, well, I'll get to that in a bit. But first, let me get to see, earlier, Red said hello. This was before the stream started, just before. But let me go look at, oh, interesting. Because I rebooted a bunch of stuff just before. Things are kind of in a weird state. There we go. Okay. So let me switch to this view. It's actually, the conditions are pretty good tonight, for where I am. I've actually only, oh, but yeah, one of the things I should have checked to see if there was space available, but one thing I did do is this one, the leveling head that it sits on to try to keep it a bit more level, because my back patio is a little kind of irregular. Anyway, I ended up tightening up some screws before the sunset, and so this should hopefully be better today than it was yesterday as far as stability. This one I pointed at Altair, but I think it's drifted since then. So let's go look. I have been making not as many changes as I would have wanted to today, but I did make some minor changes to the live view. Most of them aren't visible, but hopefully they'll make it more reliable. And there was this issue where the the control wasn't working. You know, sometimes it would be kind of offset, and I figured out what was causing that, or a way around it. So I'm going to actually kick off a recording on this one because I haven't done any recording yet. I mean, so it hasn't done I haven't tried to image, so it hasn't done the horizontal calibration. So I'm kicking that off on this one. And let me actually start split screen here. And change the other telescope. I'll have to swap these. So now telescope A is over here. And so when you go in to go to, there's a new function that was added, planet. If you've been on some of my live streams previously, when I try to go to, I've been trying to image Pluto periodically, because I'm trying to come up with a series of images where I can kind of animate them. Well, the catalog that we use to look up, objects doesn't include planets and other solar system objects. So it doesn't include the sun or the moon or whatever. So this is the default view. So if I go Pluto and I hit search, it says target not found. So I'm not actually going to go to Pluto right now with the telescope or physically, but I'm going to go ahead and see if this actually works. I haven't actually tested it. See, look at that. And we can look this up now. Let me look up in Stellarium what it thinks the coordinates of Pluto are. It is 20 hours, 9 minutes. Well, this says it's 7.96 seconds. Stellarium says it's 8.7 seconds. So that's off by half a second, 0.7 seconds. And I'm not saying that this one is right and one is wrong. I'm just saying they differ by that much. And it looks like it's 0.9 seconds for declination. So it's pretty close. So we'll see. But I'm going to use that to, and actually Pluto's already visible, or barely visible. So I might go to that, one of the first things I might go to. But in the meantime, I'm going to go point at Altair, not at layer. Go to deep sky, changes that, and then I hit go. And then I'm going to go to the live view. One of the problems with live view that I've been having is if I'm imaging, if I'm in preview mode, like it's looking at a star and it's just previewing, and then I hit record, which is kind of a misnomer right now. I'll change the wording here. But if you start basically stacking the images, it switches modes. It doesn't start looking for the stack. It just kind of keeps trying to pull the preview. But I haven't fixed that, but I have made it. I thought I was trying to get the code to work and it wasn't working yesterday. It wasn't behaving yesterday. So I'm kind of did a slight adjustment to it. Anyway, long story short, if you go off the screen for more than a few seconds off the live view screen, it will kind of stop trying to pull the images. So then if you go back to the live view screen, it should correct. So in this case, I mean, I'll sort out this case, but I think it'll be helpful for people who, if there's a bug or a glitch, they can kind of just go to a different page, wait a few seconds, come back. But it'll also be helpful. It'll just release resources, because what was happening is, if, like in my case, I had two different telescopes going, both in live view, if I switched away from live view, kind of internally was still actually trying to download all the photos, and that wasn't ideal. It would just use resources when it wasn't needing to. Yeah, it's having difficulty. The other thing I need to figure out is why this thing is using so much CPU. But that's going to be, I'm not sure that I'm going to try to figure that out tonight. Um, let's see. Oh, hey. Unfortunately, it happened again. My chat is, I forced it. So sorry for the delay. Hello, Turf. Thanks for joining. Hi, Dark Shades. Thanks. Hi again. Thank you for joining. Mark Young. Thanks for joining this evening, the stream. And yeah. Oh yeah. So back to Wiley's side. He was yeah, working on the trying to get the federation is what it's called, the ability to have multiple telescopes controlled with a single schedule. Um, he was trying to get that working in the front end, and he was having a bit of a time of it. Um, I know because I saw I I got to he was sharing in Discord what he was up against. Okay, so this imaged it, or this locked into the target. Now, have I focused this? Let me look at the focus on this. Um, did I actually press that? Okay, focus. That's about right. I think it's focused. So I am going to, I think I'm going to go ahead and try recording in this one to try to, it's going to do the 3-point calibration and try to, well, horizontal calibration, and then I can get on to imaging some targets. The good thing is the changes I made did seem to improve things. Now, is this is still the live view. So let me, and you can, if I bring up the back end, the server, it happens pretty quickly. Within a few seconds, it says, so one of them is, okay, yeah. See, it says 12 seconds since last live view, send, shutting down imager. And so it basically shut down the imager. So it's not continuing to use resources on the back end. And actually, I wonder if I switch both of them to imager, or off of the imager, if it'll stop using so much CPU. No, that's interesting. Why is it still using that much CPU? I don't think other people are having this issue, so I think it's something I did to myself. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder, I need to check another tab because that might be part of my problem. I might actually have more than one front end running at a time, which could cause it to continue. Because I was having these issues where it seemed like it was still using resources, and I have like a bunch of tabs and spaces in my browser. I'm just looking through to see if I have some phantom tab open, because that seems kind of, that CPU usage seems excessive given that the imaging is shut down. That makes no sense. So yeah, I don't have it running anywhere else. I'll have to check that out, because it's like, oh, there is an internal this system screen which tells me about the threads that are running. I mean, this is something that no one should have to look at. It's more of a kind of diagnostic issue. Imaging heartbeat. Then I need to, you know what? I wonder if part of this problem is I've got all these, but wait, imaging heartbeat message thread. Oh, yeah, no, that's the threads aren't actually duplicated. Hold on, I think I know what I need to fix. I go into these evenings saying I'm not going to do live coding, and I end up doing live coding, but that's okay. Okay, I had it set to 100 threads. Let me just take it down to 10. And I mean, I don't think that's the issue, but I'm just going to stop it. Oh. I'm restarted it, and neither one of the tabs should be is viewing live view. So theoretically should be okay. Okay, let me so if I reload this, okay, there's a lot less threads. Let me go ahead and view. This is stacking. And oh. I wonder. It's updating this too often. Since I fixed my network speed, I think it's pulling this more frequently than because at minimum, well, if you use the default settings at minimum, it's going to be every 10 seconds that it's going to have a new frame added to the stack. But the problem is I'm just pulling it as quickly as I can, and it's updating every 5 seconds, so it's doing unnecessary work. Oh, Sky Tour live stream. Oh, cool. I probably won't be able to watch it because I'm doing my own live stream, but yeah, I need to watch some of his live streams. Okay, so this is working. Let me go switch to so that is imaging. Is this one imaging correctly? And let me check here. Wait. Time is maybe Pluto is not. Okay. So it should be visible. So I'm going to go ahead and try to image it. So this seems to be fine. So I'm going to just stop this and go none. And then this one, it only stacked one frame. That's pretty abysmal. And remember I said I had adjusted the mount on this one to hopefully be better. Hopefully this isn't a sign of things to come. Okay, so I'm going to go to Pluto. Switch that, go there, submit, and so now, like some of this I need to, there's some work internally that's needs to happen to make this more responsive, but It lags a little bit sometimes. Okay, this is abysmal, so I'm going to stop this. And then I think I might, this one, I wonder if I should go ahead and try to do that, start redoing that deer like group mosaic. Yeah, this one has more space. So let me see what else I was going to image tonight. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to later I'll do that because later like after 11 p.m. I'm going to do the Helix Nebula again. Cuz that was turning out pretty nice last night, and so I want to get more time on that one. I'm just looking at my list here. And oh, sorry, continuous exposure. I need to start recording that. Oh, one thing, I kicked off imaging, but it's doing the 3-point alignment. It's probably going to fail on that, but I want to check the settings here. Okay, I wanted to make sure that this wasn't the one that I had that I hadn't turned on the light pollution filter accidentally. So I'll go back there. And this is the one that I'm going to do. Choose file. That one, import. I'm just going to go ahead and start that one. Yeah, so we'll see how stable this is. But this was a nice addition. That was someone contributed that today, actually. They'd been working on it and submitted some code today, and we merged it in. So the other interesting thing about that library, so there's only two options right now: Deep Sky and Planet. But the library that was used for this also supports satellites, and I don't know that we'll be able to, that the Seestar will move quickly enough to track a satellite, but it is interesting because it will, that library, if you feed it the right data, it will tell you the position of a satellite. So something for another day, perhaps, to test out. So let's see. Let us see. Live view. It's still doing the 3-point. Oh. Stop the 3-point alignment is supposedly starting to image. This one's still doing the 3-point alignment. 3-point polar alignment. So we'll see. Oh, it supposedly has succeeded. Now why isn't there an image on the screen? And what's interesting is it's not like pegging the CPU either, so I think I need to look into that because there's something strange going on with that. That task depth is usually a bad sign. With a tracking or with tracking or like figuring out the trajectory of it, are you saying? Did it figure out? Oops. Did this figure out what it's doing? No. Let me pull this log thing off the screen so I can if I go back to the stats screen. Okay, that's running. It says it's not imaging. Oh, because there wasn't a schedule. I'm confused. Oh, no? Yeah, it's stacking, sorry. It is stacking. But it doesn't mention any successful frames. Why is that? I'm looking at the let me go back to the live view on this, see if it shows up correctly. That's interesting because it says there's stacked frames here, but when I go to the stats page, it didn't show the frames. So there's something weird going on there. Anyway. And then this is stacking correctly, but there's something weird going on here. I was making code changes before the stream, so if I can just get this working, okay, which one is still getting? Sorry, I'm just watching the logs for it. Which one did it actually? Seestar A, it's still trying to get images for, even though we're not looking at that screen. So, oh, and yeah, there's something weird going on, but it's, I mean, the good thing is Pluto, I manually started imaging it. The bad thing is the Deerlick group, I did a mosaic, and now that's, it started imaging one of the panels, but the other one, it's not going to go onto it automatically because when you restart, the schedule goes away currently. I think I definitely want to fix that. So let's see. So this should be Pluto. And is it? Okay, it got an image. I'm looking off screen at the logs. This was having a difficult time on the last target, and this time hasn't dropped any frames. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. So I think yeah, Stevens Quintet is in here. So I'll let that go for a while. Now this Pluto is somewhere in here. So let's try to see where Pluto might be. It's my periodic exercise of where's Pluto? Okay, so you've got this star is this one, and these two are this one. So it should be somewhere in here. So it should be somewhere in think it might be, is it this star? Yeah. Could be this star right here by the tip of the arrow or the pointer. So yeah, I think that's Pluto. 7 minutes. I think I've been doing like 20 minutes of exposure to try to get as much as I can of Pluto, but I think that's it. I think it's this one. Because see, there's these two stars here, which I think are these two, and then I think that one's Pluto. But we'll get it. We'll run it for a little bit longer and verify. Meanwhile, Stephen's quintet is going along. So let me see if hold on a second. Sorry about that. I need to have a better way to like quickly mute this. Anyway, so yeah, so that's imaging. And what else do we have? Let me look at Discord, see what's Discording. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to having the Federation because in the case of like the Stevens quintet, and maybe actually I'll do it next live stream. Like the weather had been kind of iffy earlier today. Supposedly it was going to be clear all day today, and there were a bunch of clouds in the sky just an hour or two now, 2 or 3 hours before sunset. But then it all cleared out, and that's when I scheduled the live stream. This claims Sunday I won't be able to do it because I'm going to be busy on Sunday. But Monday, of course, right around just after sunset, it clouds out. But we're going to be getting a front through, so Thursday and Friday could be clear. So if so, then that'll be my next live stream. So things I want to do for that live stream, hopefully the Federation will be in a place where I can get more data on Stevens quintet, and I think I want to try to do the Veil Nebula, but then I can do it across both of my telescopes, and so I'll just put the schedule in once and it'll divide up the panels and you'll be able to see the panels kind of showing up. One other thing that I might do tonight is I had started it came up last night. I've talked about this before and it came up again last night. Taking the raw subframes off the telescopes and then live stacking them outside of like basically load the images into a directory and then point some software at it on my laptop and live stack it there. And I don't know if I'll be able to get to that tonight, but I might actually live code. It won't be a major exercise. I already started adding it, but since if you look at like on this view, it's grabbing the images, but it's just kind of, it's not doing anything with them. It's just sending them to the browser, but I have them and I could write them out to files. And so I started making some changes to do that, where it would start saving out the images to the file system. And then once that's in place, even if I have multiple telescopes writing to different, like to one directory or different directories, I could then point software at it and have it live stack. So I don't think I'll be able to actually do that tonight, but I'm going to try to get some of the pieces in place on the back end to actually do that. So there's that. I want to do that this upcoming week. I also want to um, I did some preliminary work on a Raspberry Pi to try to get that new. Um, I don't want to call it an ASI Air alternative, but kind of that open source project that QHY created um, that basically is implementing something similar to the ASI Air software, but it's going to be open source, so you can buy their hardware, you could run it on your own Raspberry Pis. And so I have the firmware, and I'm going to hopefully try to play around with it before the next live stream so I can actually show it on stream. Um, so that's another thing I want to kind of do this upcoming week. Um, so open source sat tracker allows you to Is this the one? I don't think I think this is a different one I pulled up here. Although this is interesting, ESP32. Sat tracker. Or is it this one? Oh, it's with I mistyped it. Sat tracker. Experimental use at your own use. Automatic orbit. Oh, this is interesting. And it's in Python. Thanks, Cosmic Ray. That's very interesting. And it uses video. Video? Did I just read that? Video based. I mean it makes sense, but let's see what this looks like. That is interesting. I like this. I like where we're going with that. And this library is actually we're actually already using this library. This is actually what we use for the sunrise sunset, the twilight calculations in sunrise sunset. But then the one that's being used for the planet calculation can also do sunrise sunset and satellite. And I think we're going to phase out the FM kind of library and go to the other one. But they basically do the same thing, so it's fine. Interesting. So it's got its own UI. This one uses AstroPi, which we use. It uses PIL, which we use. Of course, this is a Win32 thing, but how long is this? Wow. Huh. I'll have to take a look at that. Thanks. That is very interesting. Very interesting. And they have a video here. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, and so you have to have an precise location and up to date ephemeris. But the library that we're using, it's this, what is it called? It was get up this one. Requirements and Skyfield. Basically, this library, it loads the ephemera, and they have examples in here of fetching like the most up-to-date version off the internet and then caching it locally. I think they even link to is it a NASA website? Let's see, where was it? Oh, right. It was Earth satellites here. Yeah, okay. It's from this Celeste track. NORAD. It's from NORAD. So they have up-to-date information. So it basically, I guess it's NORAD's information cached on this website. And they have examples on how to grab the latest version of it. So yeah, if we were to do something like that, I think I would do something. If we were to do something like that, I think yeah, we'd want to do it the right way and like have it grab um, the latest uh, ephemera. Ephemera. I see the word a lot, but then I don't pronounce it a lot or don't say it out. Anyway, it gets the orbital elements, downloads them, caches them locally, and then so theoretically you should be able to. You'd have up to date information. You need to make sure you had up to date, accurate position, but that could be done. And it would be easy enough. I mean, like what I was thinking of doing is uh, do something relatively bright like the International Space Station. And like that would be a pretty easy one. And pretty easy one to test out. Let me see, ISS. ISS. Come on. Sometimes my Stellarium acts up. Let me start it again. But I think that would be, it'd be kind of cool. I mean, it would be nice to at least try it, you know, to see how doable it is. And even if I was thinking, even if the Seestar isn't fast enough to track the satellite, there's no reason why we couldn't, you know, get the telescope ahead of where, or potentially you could get it ahead of where the satellite is going to be, and then just kind of sit in that position and then let it go through the frame. Kind of like when I mean, it was easy when when I took video of it, the International Space Station transiting the sun, because I just pointed the Seestar at the sun before it transited, and then I caught it. So let me look that up. Do I have to turn it on first? Or is it because it's not even visible? Where is it? I ended up turning off. Oh, there it is. Well, there's some satellite. No. It's actually above the horizon, barely, where I am, supposedly. Of course, these might not be accurate. It's off to the north. But yeah, it would be kind of cool trying to do it, especially now that, well, we had a library that could do it, but now that we have a more a newer library, yeah, I think that would be kind of cool. A thing to try out. Okay. You drove your LX 200 to view satellites. That cool? Yeah, I don't know. Is there a leapfrog mode? There is a leapfrog mode. Yeah. But yeah, that would be cool. Something else to test out, just to I mean, it would be kind of cool if we could actually get it to work, because you know, it's a fairly modest smart telescope, and being able to image satellites. I mean, I shouldn't say image them. They're going to be very small in the frame, so it's not like you're going to see much of them. I mean, unless it's the space station. And even then I would have low expectations on it. Kind of like the like ages ago when I did um, this one where yeah, that's me. But yeah, like, so this was taken with the Seestar, and then I edited it after the fact to just do the zoom in. But you can see, I mean, it's kind of like you can tell. I mean, if in an individual frame you don't necessarily see it well, but it kind of is that H shape, like the space station with the panel, so you can kind of see it. But that's only when it's like silhouetted against the sun or moon. Um, but it still would be interesting to see, how much you could resolve with it not over the sun or moon, and try to track it as much as you can. That would be cool. Stacking one of your mosaic panels. Sir, would air out. Oh, see now that so Wiley site as part of figuring out the new mosaic mode that is built into the Seestar with the newer versions of the firmware. Because we were trying to figure out what it was doing and how it was doing it. And he wrote a Python script to dump out all the fits headers, and so you were able to repurpose that with when kind of processing things in Serial. So that's cool. That's really cool. Handy getting you wrote that script and now you're getting more mileage out of it. But I like this satellite thing. I need to I want to test this out. I really want to test this out now. I mean, not now, but at some point. Yeah, so that's a good point. Determining if the satellite was illuminated by the sun, because yeah, that's one thing. Um, you People don't take into account that, especially satellites in low Earth orbit, which is most every satellite that you tend to run across. They are up high, but not that high, so that's why you tend to see them a lot in the hour or so after sunset and before sunrise, because they're it's dark at ground level, but there's still light where they are. But eventually they're completely in the dark as well. So um, that's a very good point, and I wonder if this library supports that. Um, let's see, because this library does a surprising amount. It even yeah. Let me see. Satellite elements. Loading satellite, checking the epoch. Tiling it. Finding when a satellite rises and sets. It does. Look at that. Is sunlit. So this library is pretty comprehensive. I was pretty impressed. Um, so it does factor in if the satellite is in sunlight, which is cool. That's very cool, I think. Very, very cool. Yeah, so you can load the ephemeris. You can, yeah, at a given time, is it sunlit? in shadow, in sunlight. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, look at this. So here it's like rising, in shadow, in shadow, in sunlight, in sunlight. So yeah, you can, it's yeah, that's really cool. Um I saw something in the library too that it, yeah, I mean you, I guess I never had really, I guess I did think about it but didn't think about it that um like solar system objects, you have to take into account their distance so you can figure out their exact position, but then you have to take into account speed of light, delay of when you actually see it to figure out where it actually appears to be, because it's shifted a little bit and shift, well, further objects are moving slower generally, but yeah, you have to take into account that, and it does. But in this library, it said it didn't do those calculations with satellites because it's negligible, I guess. Um, so serial stack rerunning. Which target are you processing? Let's see what this is doing. Let me go look. And I swear that the conditions must be better because I know I'm not used to seeing, you know, a dozen stars in my sky camera. Okay. So where were we? Okay, here's the 3 stars in a row. I think that one's Pluto. I'm pretty sure this one's Pluto. Yeah, see, look. There's 3 stars in a row, and the third one is Pluto. So this is definitely Pluto. Right at the tip of the mouse cursor. And here, Stephen's quintet is turning out nicely. The original mosaic that I had scheduled was going to go 90 minutes, so I'm going to let this go 45 minutes, and then I'm going to stop it and redo the mosaic, but have it just process the second panel. Because actually, it was the second panel where I got no subframes last night because the that particular Seestar had run out of space. But yeah, you can see the galaxies here in Stephen's quintet. It's kind of hard to tell because they're pretty small in the sky through the Seestar. Um, but yeah, this is definitely Pluto right there. I think that's the most clear view I've had of it. And I've been going for half an hour, so I think that's all I was going to do with that one. So I'm going to move on to the next target for the night on that telescope. So I did Pluto, and I'm happy with that one because it's there were a couple of times where I imaged it previously where I wasn't 100% sure if I was imaging Pluto. I mean, I knew I got it in the field, but I wasn't 100% sure if I was identifying the right little star, but this time I'm sure. And actually, now that I want to check. So it was this star. Yeah. So it was this star, and I had the new routine look up Pluto, and so it's not quite centered, but then again, the Seestar doesn't often center things when you enter an object, but it's pretty close. Like top to bottom, it's really close, and side to side, it's off just by a little bit. So that's cool. So that confirmed 2 things: that you can look up Pluto, and that or a planet, and the coordinates are actually reasonable. And actually, that reminds me, before I image anything else, I need to turn off the emoji pop-up. It happens every night, every live stream. And okay. There's the Saturn Nebula. Is Saturn itself visible yet? Yeah. No, not quite yet. Okay. So it'll be visible, but I want to test out the go to planet functionality again. Wait, where? Okay, there. So it will be visible. I ended up turning off planets accidentally when I was wondering why it wasn't visible. It's because it was still behind the building, and then anyway. Actually, yeah, in an hour it'll definitely be visible. So I'll try in an hour to look for Saturn. But in the meantime, so let me make a note to do that. Saturn after 10:30 or so. Deer look group is in progress, and Helix won't be until later. So what was I going to image now on this one? Okay. What were we going to image tonight? I do, like I was saying, I do want to do the Veil Nebula, but I want to do that once I have Federation going. And I think I'm going to do a nice big mosaic of that. Maybe having 3 or 4 no, not 3 or 4. Have like a 3x3 mosaic, or no, more than that. It would have to be more than that. A pretty big mosaic of the Veil Nebula. Let's see. I think I want to do. I'm just looking at all these different targets, and some of them are like, I've done those plenty. I could try. I haven't gotten a ton of time on the Fish Head Nebula. I think I want to get more time on that. So let us stop this. Pluto is imaging just fine, so I'm going to stop that. And is it stopped? No, it's still thinking about it. Okay. And so we will go to IC 1795. This is what happened last night. I'm going, because it's a nebula, I want to turn on the light pollution filter, but when you image, there's a checkbox, but using this method of just doing a go-to, I can't do that, but I can turn it on either with settings or commands. But first I need to let it track to the image. Yeah, so I'll do Fishhead Nebula. Once that's done, I'll try Saturn, just because, to practice with to test out the go-to planet functionality a bit more. And then before then, I'm going to have to start the second panel of Stevens Quintet over here since I had to restart the software. And see, look, I have two live views and it's not eating up a lot of CPU like it was before. So I don't know what that was all about. And it's happened more than once. And I thought I fixed it, but obviously I haven't. So I'm going to have to figure that out. But meanwhile, I have this. I had been working on some code where basically it will save frames. And I don't want to do JPEG. So let's see what that is. Basically what I want to do is take the image. You know, I mean, I know Wiley's site was working on this. He was working on the code earlier today. Maybe we should do something, have a because he'll not want to mess around with the software because he's trying to image in the evening, but it's not as big a it's not as I'm not as I don't know how to phrase it. I'm basically it doesn't matter as much to me if I don't get some imaging in some evenings, and so maybe we should take advantage of that and he can kick off his imaging and then we could work together on one of my live streams and work on the coding live, live pair programming. Okay, so this I am in code function. I'm sure it supports TIFF files, but I doubt it would support FIT files. Let me see, raw FITs files. Nope. Let me see. OpenCV, image reading and writing. Image. Sorry, I'm reading the, let me put this in this so we can read along. This is the programming API, so it saves it to the specified file. Oh. Wait, what is... Oh, huh. EXR. Does Cyril support EXR files? For some reason, I feel like it does. Cyril. Okay, let's see. I've got the beta, a development version. What file formats? All supply. That doesn't help. All formats. It does support TIFF. The fact that it says 32-bit float, I wonder if that's it's not Cyril. That's a totally different thing. Cyril. I don't know, that it sounds vaguely familiar. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I can always change the file format. That's the easy part. So So let's go back here. Let me switch over here so I can see the live stream if people are heckling me for live coding. So I'm going to try doing TIFF. And actually, let me, what was it? Open. Wait. What is the name of it? Oh, OpenCV. OpenCV. Okay, here we go. So I am right. I am right. EXR. Okay, TIFF or TIFF. Okay, these are some of the formats it supports. I'm just going to stick to TIFF for now. And let me go look up some code I had written. Seestar had experimental code. Let's see, open. Wait, it was I am right. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I don't need to do this in code because, yeah, I just need to go CAV to I am right. Well, what do you know? Look at that. It gives me a nice helpful suggestion. And I'm going to elaborate on that. I'll go TIFF. And so this is actually handy. It's putting the device name and the file name. I mean, this was like not quite AI, but kind of, it's not ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot. It's kind of something built into this IDE, but so I'm just going to, real simple, just going to use a timestamp with a TIFF file. And save frames. Okay. Actually, save true. But the problem is this will still require some work, but at least I'll be able to test it out. I am right. And let's call this, what do I want to call this? What do you call it? I'll call it lights. Give it a name. I can search for it. All right, so let's see, where are we here on, this is loading. Okay, this one is done. Oh, right, I had it go to the fish head nebula, but I didn't actually start imaging it because I need to go, and actually this would be a good test. Let me test this out first. I need to go to settings and I need to turn on the light pollution filter, and I'm going to stop that. And actually this one's due to be stopped as well. So I'm going to take advantage of this time to stop this one. Found another bug in the Federation code. Yeah, it's funny. Before the live stream, Wiley site was asking me if I wanted to test out the new Federation code on the live stream tonight, and I was like, yeah, sure, if it's ready. But yeah, it was. Are you actually running it now locally, or are you running it like? Are you imaging and then running a second copy of it, or is this your only copy you're running? Okay, so this is done. Did I? Okay, not for imaging. Yeah, not for imaging. Okay. See, I think the problem is when I stop imaging, it ends up. I need to look at that because that caused the CPU to peg. Okay, light pollution filter is on. So now I am going to, so this is going to be an interesting test. I'm going to stop. And actually what I want to do is first one more change here. I'm going to go file name equals so file name, but the reason I'm doing this is so I can go oh hey, look at that auto suggestion. Look at that auto suggestion. I didn't even type that, and it just insinuated that it's like, you want to write this log entry. I do. So it's going to log that it's saving image to file name. So ideally, now the problem is there's one major problem with this code. It only is saving out the preview frames. It's not saving the stacked frames because, or the Seestar stacked frames, because I don't necessarily want to continuously save the stack as it's building it. I want to save individual frames. But for that to work, it needs to be kind of in preview mode. Actually, that's interesting. I don't know why I wasn't thinking this. I don't actually need to start recording. I don't need to start stacking on the Seestar, because just going into the live view mode and keeping it in the live view mode, it's pulling back individual frames. The problem is they're not. I take that back. That won't work, because the frames that are coming back are, you know, half-second exposures. They're not the full 10-second exposure. Well, let's see what this does. But it will be interesting, because as soon as I turn this on, it will start saving. Actually, yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. Okay, it's up and running. And I am going to, this one is supposedly, okay, it's in continuous exposure mode. Let me go look at live view. And this is the Fishhead Nebula. So it actually should start saying it's, yeah, look, it's starting to save images. So let me go pull this off screen so I can clean up some of the, okay. So if I can actually look for the lights files, oh, they're right in this directory. So, let's look at this. So I've got, it's actually saving. Yeah, but see, these are unstretched. But even then, let me bring up Stellarium and see what it thinks of some of these. No, it's not Stellarium Serial. I do this periodically. I have like a, yeah, I don't know what to call it. Brain fart. So projects, and blah, 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 Seestar. You don't see all of my nefarious projects. Okay. So I've got this here. Let's open this up. Let me pull up one of these frames. Yeah, I mean, the problem is this is a half-second exposure, but it's definitely a frame. It's got the stars on it. So let me go ahead and what I should do, yeah, what I should do is have a flag where if it's stacking, let me make a note in the code. Right frame, if and only if stacking is enabled. It'll still require some work, but in the meantime, this thing is just generating more and more subframes. Let's go ahead and start recording this. Now, the question is it going to start doing, it's going to do 3-point alignment. So let me go look at the chat because I see I've been getting, so yeah, Wiley Sight said he found another bug. Okay. Can you run the S50 with Stellarium? You can run the you can't directly have the Seestar. Well, let me see if somebody responded. Yeah, you can't have this you can't have the Stellarium pointing directly at the Seestar, but with the Seestar ALP software, you can have Stellarium pointing at that, and then that will control the Seestar. There's a Windows Alpaca driver, I think. Wiley Sight will have to correct me because he set it up, because that's a Windows thing. If you have Windows, you can run the Alpaca driver, I think. You point Stellarium at Alpaca and Alpaca at Seestar ALP, and then you can control it from Stellarium. If you're not running on Windows, there's an INDI driver, I think, that works. But it's not super complicated or super involved. So Wiley Sight, the issue didn't present itself if you only have one. Yeah. But if you have multiple and only one connected, was bombing. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was kind of wondering about that case where if you have two Seestars configured and only one's on, like, what is the Federation doing? Okay, it's figured out with a serial stack. Oh, one of your sessions you didn't check the J2000, so the RA and DEC were off enough. Yeah. Yeah, and the half. Yeah, and the half-second frames don't have the dark library subtraction, probably. And yes, you can change the preview time. And I briefly was thinking about it. I should test that out. But maybe another time. So it should be imaging. So let me go look at let me look. Hello, Chris makes that. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining this evening. I'm just kind of, I just added some new functionality to save the frames as it gets them. And I'm just as an experiment, because I want to get this in place. So the next time I do a live stream, I want the Seestar ALP software pulling down the, so I'll have live view up and it'll be bringing down the images, writing them onto my Mac, and then I can stack them not on the Seestar, but I'll be stacking them live using some software on my computer. But using Seestar ALP is kind of the way of pulling images off at least that's the theory. So I'm about to test that. So it's been saving these frames. Yeah, and see, look, these were the preview frames, and these are the ones that are the 10-second exposures, I think. So let me pull up one of these in Serial. Oh yeah, see, it's got that nice green tint. kind of noisy, but it's definitely more data than yeah, than these other ones. Actually, am I going to regret this? Can I do this? Um Oh, hi True Freedom. It's been a while. Thanks thanks for joining. Good evening. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not you're that's a good point. If you're not actually imaging, does it actually keep tracking accurately? That I don't know, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. How do you do live view in Serial or live stacking? Isn't there a way to live stack? I haven't actually done it in Serial. Thought there was. I have a computer in front of me. Why don't I look it up? Live stacking, stacking Serial. Does it not do live stacking? Presentation out of focus. Which part? Me or the computer screen? Are you talking about me or the computer screen? Oh, okay. It's on your end. Okay. I mean, to be fair, if it was me, I could believe that because just before the live stream, I had network issues and I had to move my camera, and I moved it back. And there's a way it doesn't do autofocus because or I don't have it doing autofocus. I don't have an autofocus camera because uh like I don't like how it when the focus kind of hunts or breathes while you're doing a video, so I like it being fixed. But I can trigger an autofocus, and I did trigger an autofocus before the stream started because I was concerned that the camera had moved enough that it would be out of focus. So when you said it was blurry, I was like, is it me? But yeah, okay, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I know how that goes, where the video ends up like a little off. Oh, okay, good. I'm not blurry. Okay, good. Cool, cool. Does Cyril do live stacking? What would be some good software to try live stacking? For some reason, I thought, oh, light stacking, live stacking, live stacking. Duh. Okay, here, live stacking. Oh, okay. Let's try this. Um. Oh, here. Um. Oh. Oh, okay. It's off. It was off screen. Yeah, deep space stacker and astab. Well, I'm gonna try this right now. Yeah, yeah, I found it. It wasn't it wasn't necessarily obvious, but it's just that this record type button. Okay, debear. Um, let's see configuration. Let's see if it works. Oh, look. Oh, that's actually good. I was afraid it was going to pick up all those initial ones, but then I remember I thought somebody said it only starts stacking new images that show up, which is actually good. Oh, file not supported for live stacking. Dang it. Dag nabbit. Um, okay. At least it recognizes it. So let's see what kind of file does it want. Live stacking. It's experimental. Oh, okay. Only fits and raw camera images. So let's fix that problem. So let me stop this. Cool. So this was good. It was this is actually good. I'm glad I'm spending time on this now. But first, I just remembered I had stopped this live view and I want to have it doing something. So let me go to the schedule and I'm just going to go manually enter this, this mosaic. So I have it off screen here. So I'm going to do mosaic. Target name is that. Right ascension is this. And it's got one RA panel, 2 declination panels. Here's the declination. Panel overlap 50%. Selected panels will be, it'll be 1, 2, because I want to do the second one. Do it for that long. Actually, before I hit submit on this, and no light pollution filter, before I hit submit on this, and then do I want to hit submit on this? Yeah, what the heck, I'll hit submit because it'll get it going, and then even though I'll end up restarting the back end, and it'll lose the mosaic, it'll lose the information, it'll lose the schedule in memory, but since it'll still be imaging the panel, it'll just keep going. So what I want to do is go to this. So it's saving it out as a TIFF. I want to save it out as a FITS file. Okay. So no live stacking right now. So how do I produce a FITS file or a raw file? Actually, I need to see if this just supports raw file. Raw file. Okay, it supports sun rasters, radiance. Let's see, what does it say here? TIFFs. Or what I end up doing is having to figure out how to write out FITS files. This could be cool. Oh, open CV FITS, right. Let's see. Okay, FITS image processing. That didn't help me. Let's see. Python FITS. File write. Writing a FITS file. Oh, AstroPy. Ooh, maybe AstroPy supports it. Working with FITS. Hubble Space. Hubble Space Telescope user documentation. I like that. It's like the user manual for the space telescope. Is that what that is? comprehensive demonstrations outside the scope of this document. Okay, okay. AstroPi supports it. So I just need to write it. Let's see, AstroPi fits. That is perfect. Open the file, image shape. Nice. Look at that. And this is a notebook, a Jupyter notebook. If you've used that at all, that's pretty cool. Oh, this is perfect. It's using PLT IM show. Let's see. Anyway, sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out as quickly as possible. Download file, get image data, image list, numpy, writing image data to fits file. Okay. Okay, so it takes the file name. So let's grab this. Let's see what this does for us. Let's see. Do I have AstroPi in here? No, I don't. But we use it elsewhere, so I should be able to just do that. And then okay, and then I want to do right. So it does this. So I want to do file name. Actually, what I'm going to do is, just for grins, I'm going to write it to both, because why not? TIFF, and then I will do, I can delete this, and I can do, I'm trying to get this to a point where I can fits. Okay, now final image. I wonder if it'll just take the image. Am I actually going to be that lucky where it'll just take the image? So let me see. Stop this. Okay, now the problem is it's going to be not pulling down it's going to be pulling down the stacked view. So that's, but I can test it on preview mode. So let me stop this. Oh, look at the stack. There you go. It's kind of a little offset. I don't know why it's off to the side, but oh well. So I'm going to stop this, stop it, and then I'm going to switch to preview mode. What in the world did this do? Oh, okay, this was already imaging, so it's fine. So I'm going to turn this back into continuous exposure mode. Okay, that's running. So if I go to the actual live view, I should start seeing the frames. And so if I restart it again, even though it's not good for stacking, I should be able to, I'll be able to find out if it actually is writing correctly. So let me stop this again. And let me go look at it. Claims it's writing fits files. Let me try opening one of them. Let me try. Uh, no, that didn't quite work. It, I think it, did it do what I think it did? It generated an image that's like 1 pixel wide and or only a few pixels wide and like I mean look at this little line here. I think that's the image. Okay, so that didn't turn out as as I had hoped. Let me look at this. Oh yeah. So I have a Fitz previewer. This is the image. Like it's just a few pixels wide, maybe 3 pixels wide, like RGB, and then it's yeah, yeah, oops. Um so that's not quite right. Um but it is generating a FITS file. That is a valid FITS file. I mean, it is correctly generating them. So let me look at the file and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. Um, Interesting. Yeah, it says, oh, that's weird. Let me look at this again. Let me look at this again. There was another smaller FITS file in here. No, I guess it was just in the process of writing it. When I look inside the image, it does say it's 1920 by 1080. But there's something else about it that it doesn't like. So let's look at this. I wonder if there's some kind of hint. Let's see. Fits OpenCV. Let's see. OpenCV. Viewing and manipulating. Let me, before I get any further with that. Oh, let me look. Get start preview. If the length is times 6, but that isn't going to be the case here because that's the stacked version. So it's going to be running this and it reshapes the data and redoes the color. So the shape of the data should be right. Let's see, AstroPy Fits writing. Yeah, I may have to mess around with that some more. Fits file handling. Let me do that like this. Just curious what sky looks like. Okay, so that's going. Let me, we can view it while I'm reading the documentation. Yeah, because like, oops, I don't know why I did that. I feel like it should be possible. Let me ponder this by taking a sip of water because I haven't had any since I started the stream. Okay. close. It feels like it's close. I'm able to take the image data. I'm able to save it into a FITS file. It's able to correctly save it to a TIFF file. Writing FITS file handling. That didn't help. File handling, viewing, file handling. Reading and updating, creating a new FITS file. Okay, create a new image. We create. I wonder. Primary. Okay, I'm confused. So, not confused, but so maybe I don't. Let me just grab these lines here. And let me wait, how big are these? How big are these files? The TIFF files are 4 megabytes, which would be is it? I think it's 16 bits per image, but it's not debared. Maybe that's part of the problem. But that's what this line does. It debares it. I'm just putting these here as a reference. So I wasn't planning on doing this much live coding. I might have to put a pin in this. Then again, this is still imaging, but create a new table file. Table HDU. What is an HDU? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not doing a table HDU. We're just doing a single just a single image data. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. They have convenience functions. We're not doing that, not doing that, not doing that. Update. Like I say, if I can't get this done shortly, I'm gonna put a pin in it for now. Or at least until later this evening. So what it gets, it has the raw image data, and then it runs this method, which runs these. So it turns it into a UN16. But is that right? Let me look at these files. The TIFF files were 5.4 meg in the beginning, which was, let me see. And do a calculator. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. 1920, 1080. No, doesn't make sense. Why are those files 5.4 meg? Let's see, OpenCV. I am right. What file format what could I try instead? Yeah, let's see. I was just wondering if I could write it out as some kind of raw format, but no. This is annoying. Although this is turning out nicely. So creating a fits file. So I think, so it, let me look at the logs on what it's receiving. This would be on Seestar A. What threw an exception? Invalid argument. Huh? Total open connections reach connection limit? Oops. Okay, so it's 414-720. Yeah, so it's 16 bits per pixel, but it's not debared. So it's 16 bits per pixel. So that is what I end up doing here. Sorry, I take the raw series of bytes and I end up converting it to a bunch of 16-bit values in the shape of the image. So 1920 by 1080 or 1080 by 1920. And then I do the debayering. That's happening within this. And so I am right, understands that image, but this does not. So that's, it should, because it just takes an array. Yeah. Let me see, edit a fits header. Obviously, my fits foo is not kind of like kung fu. My fits foo is not very good. Yeah, this is annoying. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put a pin in this for now, which is unfortunate because I feel like I'm so close to being able to generate the images and live stack them. But I wonder, maybe we'll try, maybe I should try ASTAP, see if that supports it. If it supports TIFF files, because that might just be a limit. I mean, it's quite possible. It's just Cyril that has that limitation. I've never actually live stacked in this. Tools. Oof. Oh, here. Let's see. Live stacking. Let's try the folder. Oh, what is it doing? Let's try this again. Folder. Projects. Oops. Let us get to the Seestar Alp and try that. Okay. And so that's the directory. Light object. I wonder, let me check something right here. Let's see. Live stacking. Oh. Well, it's doing something, but not quite what I had wanted. All I hit was go. Yeah, 1 stack, 20 failures. I think it's... Oh, and the problem is... Oh, it's interesting because it's reading the FITS files. Oh, you know what? You know what? That was silly. Let me actually... I'm generating these FITS files and I didn't actually see if Cyril can handle them. So let's just try that. Let's see if Cyril can handle these. Okay. Contains more than 3 channels. Interesting. Oh, look at that. It says it's 3 by 1080. Why does it think it's 3 by 1080? Let's try this. I want to try something now. Okay. Quit that. We're close. Maybe we're close. Maybe we're not close. We'll see. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do this. And I'm going to copy these. And I wonder if I can just do this without reshaping it. Or is it the deep airing that's messing it up? Because one thing I think is part of the problem that some of these library routines are very forgiving, but some are not. So I think that's might be part of the problem. And actually what I'm going to do here is go, let me close this. What I'm going to do is switch off of the live view of the Deerlick group just while I restart this. And actually what I want to do is move all these lights out of here just so I can look at them later. I doubt they probably won't. I'll probably just delete them later, but I just wanted to move them out of the way for now. Okay, it's starting up. Okay, that did not like that. It's not a NumPy array. So, why does it think it's 3 wide? Oh. There was some code and I haven't committed it yet, so let me go look at this. There was some code that was in the imaging stuff, the imaging code that I deleted, because it wasn't being used, but maybe it was actually significant. This is, let's see. This is a lot more live live coding than I expected. Like infinite, like loads more. Oh. Oh. Um. Yeah. No. I was thinking it was something else. So I'm not sure what's going on there. It says it's 3 pixels wide, which doesn't make sense. Why does it think it's 3 pixels wide? It's because it's in the fit setter. It says the number of array dimensions is 3. I had opened the raw fits header, and it says number of array dimensions is 3, which is not right. Let me see if I can find another fit file here. Now, what's interesting is the images from the images from the Seestar also say 3, so there must be some other difference here. Yeah, and I think that's the problem I'm having. I just don't transform the matrix for the 3 colors. And I'm pretty sure I've seen that code somewhere, but it's interesting that the OpenCV code doesn't care. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. See, look, if I compare the two, so this is a Seestar photo, and then this is the one that I generated. It says 3 number of data axis, not 3 number of array dimensions, but then the axis 1 is 1080, and this one it's 3, which is why it's got that, it is kind of messed up there. Oh, and look, Naxos 1 is 1080 and that's 1920, and then that one is 1920 and this one is 3. There was code that did that. Is that the where basically it kind of takes the dimensions and let me look. Was that the code that I was looking at and I just wasn't thinking, or was it somewhere else I saw it? It was in the stretch code. No, it wasn't the stretch code. Oh, shape. -1 is 3. Right. So if the last dimension is 3, but here the first dimension is 3. And the Seestar software, yeah, the third dimension is 3. Unfortunately, this Python image processing isn't my strong suit, and I haven't used OpenCV enough or NumPy. So let's see. Image NumPy dimensions, wrong order. Third dimension, maybe color. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be, but it's the first one. Okay. Move axis. Let me look. Did I have code? See, I had when I was adding the Graxpert stretching, again, because I'm not familiar with, I was just trying to get it working without spending a ton of time trying to understand what it was actually doing, what the code was actually doing. And I haven't really used NumPy. I'm not a data scientist, nor do I play one on the internet or on TV. And so I had kind of taken some snippets of code, and here in this experimental stretch test, where I took the Graxpert stretching code, I had actually been messing around with this move axis, but I hadn't actually used that. Did you? Did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night? No, didn't do that either. I have stayed in Holiday Inn Expresses, but not that, not recently. I haven't stayed in any hotels recently, for that matter. So, but yeah, no, I don't. Or it's like, you just messed up the image. What are you doing now? I'm going to Disney World. No. So yeah, so I had kind of been messing around with some of this code, and I had lifted the background extraction code from Graxpert and had been messing around with that. Maybe I'll eventually learn this. Num colors is 1, but that's not right. It's actually 3. Where is num colors defined? Yeah, I mean, let's see. Where does it define num colors? Oh, it looks at the shape. Oh. But that's the last one. Actually, let me, I'm just going to, I'm going to go back to this and get rid of this and this. And I'm going to, image.shape. Will that actually work? Yeah. if I'm right, that will, it won't fix my issue, but it will help me figure out what my issue is or how I can fix it. Well, I mean, some of this code was lifted from Graxpert. The problem is it had a lot of other logic that wasn't working, because the format of the, and maybe that will actually fix that issue. Like the format of the data that was coming in that I had created, that I had generated within Seestar Alp wasn't fully compatible with all of the Graxpert logic, but maybe it's because of certain things like this. So that might actually fix that issue. And unfortunately, I hadn't dug too deeply into how they actually handle images internally in Graxpert, because it seems slightly different from what I was doing, which was pretty rudimentary. So yeah, because like this is this is literally some of the background extraction code. Like this was just lifted out of their code, and I ended up commenting out a whole bunch to just see if I could kind of hone in on certain bits of functionality, and no, it didn't work. So I bailed on the background extraction. But this might actually help me fix this, or not fix this, but help me fix my data so this code will actually work with it. Move axis. So let me see where else the move axis was. It was in the background extraction, and it was in that stretch test. And it's doing the same kind of operation here with this. So let me make note of that line. Let me see what this routine said. Oh, and there's a roll axis. Okay. Move axis. Yeah, so this took the -1, which is the last one, and moved it to position 0, which is the first. But what I want to do is move it from the first to the last. Because, yeah. Let me just restart this real quick. Make sure the shape is kind of the shape I expect. And if that's the case, then maybe that move will be sufficient, which would be great, because then if I can actually save a valid fit file, I can actually try messing around with live stacking, which would be great. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's 9. Yeah, so 3 is the, wait. 3 is the last one. 3 is the last one. Let me look at this. So, so axis, it should be, see, that doesn't make sense. It said 1080 should be the first one. Oh, no. Sorry, this is what it should be. But what it is the first one. It should be the last one. Right. So let me do that. Let me do that. And if that works, then so we want to move source is 0. So we want to move the first one to be in the last position. And let me just do that, and I'll stop and restart it. And if this works, this might actually fix some of my issues with the background extraction, which would be amazing, because then that would mean we could do live background extraction. I mean, okay, that wasn't exactly the shape I want, because it said it moved it to the middle, and maybe that was the problem I had. Why did it do it that way? I appreciate the yeah, what's going on? I'm driving myself crazy. No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to I mean, I don't know at what point you kind of you stepped away, but I'm trying to save the frames that are coming down from the Seestar into Seestar Alp. I'm trying to write them out to the file system, and I was trying to live stack them, but that wasn't working. So because, well, I was trying to live stack in Cyril, and Cyril only wanted either raw files or FITS files, and I was writing out TIFF files, which didn't work. So I changed the code to write out FITS files, but they were malformed. So now I'm trying to fix that. So yeah, it was actually more live coding than observing. But if it works, I can get back to observing. But why is it that why did it it took the 0th one and put it to the last one? Let's look at that. Let's look at the docs for move axis. So the destination, see this example where they say move 0 to -1. It did. That's what I want, but that's not what it did. That is not what it did. See what it took these 3 and it should have moved. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. Yeah, I sometimes it doesn't feel like that when I'm flailing around. Let's see. Oh. Wait. Oh. I'm really confused because it said the file format I was getting, or that FITS generated, was what it generated was 3 1080 1920, but the array I'm writing out is, oh, is it reversed? 1920 1080 3 3, 3, 1080. Oh, it's in reverse. Okay. Oh. Image shape and row column order. Image swap axes 0 and 1, and then 1 and 2. Data shape. Let me copy this. Let me copy this into. Let me see what the code is doing. And thanks for that. That is. I appreciate that. Let me see what this thing is doing. Okay. I'm just reformatting it because it kind of got mangled when I copied it out of the YouTube chat. Yeah, no, that's yeah. No, that's I appreciate that. I'm just trying to see what this is doing, because I see that it's doing the swap. Wait a second, what did I? Okay. And then there's like these non-breaking spaces don't help matters. Okay, so so we've got the swap axes, and I wonder if 0 and 1. I wonder if part of the problem. Right, okay. Oh, I see what that is. That's the output. I see what this is. This is the output. You used swap axes. So let's look up swap axis. Swap axis right here. Yeah, that's cool. Well, that might be helpful to me. Okay, so in the case of swap axis, it took 1, 2, 3. What did it do with? So the array, it swapped 0. Oh, I see what had happened. It bundled it. Okay. Okay. I wonder if it's that. Although this, like, some of the logic they are showing is move axis. But then it says also swap axis or... What's interesting is this seems to be... I'm going to see if this or if this move axis works. Clearly I need to dig around with this some more, because what hold on, sorry. So this is what I had, and maybe what I need to do is reverse it. If I should move it to, yeah. It is, why did that keep bouncing? It is a rabbit hole. It is definitely a rabbit hole. What it if I end up moving so it moved 0 to -1. And what I have is I have 1920, 1080, and 3. And I wonder if I switch it to 3, 1080, 1920, if that'll work. Which would be okay. And then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try just it'll be malformed, but it'll be a good exercise to see if I'm on the right track with this. If I just change this, if I take the last one and move it to the first one, because what I have now is 1920, 1080, 3, and that would change it to 3, 1920, 1080, which isn't exactly what I want, because I think I want 3, 1080, 1920. But if this produces something half reasonable, then it's fine. It'll be fine. So I'm just going to restart this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying it. I was just trying to get a handle on something. Okay. So let us see the logs. And let's go all right. Localhost refused. Okay, so this is loading. Yes, that is actually what I expected. Now, is this going to be something sensible? Let me look at the lights files here. What just happened? Oh, that's fun. I think my browser just died. I was wondering what, like, all disappeared suddenly. That's okay. That's okay. Yep, my browser croaked. Yes, actually, it's actually what I wanted. Look at this. So in the Seestar generated files, it's 3, or axis 1 is 1080, axis 2 is 1920, and axis 3 is 3. Now, axis 1 is 1080, axis 2 is 1920, and axis 3 is 3. So will it actually, does it actually look sensible? Nope. Oh. Look at this. It actually, yeah, I got, so these were the old mangled ones, but then look, now it's after I did that move too. Well, let me restart my browser. I might have it. I might actually have it. So I had a whole bunch of stuff open, including the live chat. So I can't actually see the live chat right now. Let me try to bring it back. Oh, hey, I see live chat coming back. Okay. Yeah, 1,000 fails to get one result. Yeah. Okay, let me bring up a new window and switch back. We're back in business. Okay. All right. So that should start loading. It's in continuous exposure mode, which is not what I want at the moment. Get an M2 hat for your Pi. Oh, right. Are you running Seestar Alp on a Pi? That's a good point. I was actually going to go to Micro Center. My daughter and she wanted to go to Micro Center, or I don't know that she wanted to go to Micro Center. She wanted to look at something 3D printing related, and I suggested we go to Micro Center. And I was actually, I had mentioned in a previous live stream I had to take my take the Raspberry Pi I was running Seestar Alp on, and I had to kind of cannibalize it for another project. And then I ended up finding another one that I ended up cannibalizing that I was going to use for that new ASI Air kind of, what would you call it? The open source alternative to that QHY is working on. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I'm short on some, I could use another Raspberry Pi. And you make a very good point. I might get an M2 hat for it. If I go to Micro Center, I might have to pick up an M5, a Raspberry Pi 5 and an M2 hat and an M2 SSD. I have to. I just have to now. I wrote the software that now is forcing me to buy more hardware. Big brain. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, something like that. I'm curious, what issues are people having with the Seestar solar filter? Because I haven't heard anything, but I haven't been reading forums or anything. I mean, I personally have used. I mean, I have some. My Seestars are a little older. I mean, I got them in the fall last year, and I've been photographing the sun tons with mine. And I haven't noticed any issues. Yeah, some with the beta, and I know some other people that are using the beta film as well. Okay. I wonder what they did, because I have had it. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what they did. Yeah. I wonder if they had it in. I mean, once I turned it on when I was messing around with this stuff, I turned it on like star mode with the solar filter on, and it ended up like massively overexposed, but the telescope was fine. The sensor didn't get damaged or anything. And I wonder what. I mean, it's not the heat. I doubt it's the heat, because like Wiley Sight and I both live in Texas, and I mean the telescope will be rather hot sitting in the sun, and it seems fine. Yeah, I don't know. Or if they didn't put it on in time, and even then the sensor, even then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe they had a bad filter. Maybe there was some issue with the filter, or they tried to clean it and like damage the coating on it. Okay, why isn't this loading? Okay. I don't even know where I am right now. I was so deep in the code. Um, yeah. Yeah, bad filter, maybe. I don't know. Um, yeah. I mean, they do. I mean, that's true of a lot of those filters. If there's a even a pinhole damage, and I could see, especially because the Seestar, it's very magnified. I mean, the sun is taking a big chunk of the field of view. That if you had enough of a hole in the filter, it could stay on some pixels long enough and damage them, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, well, and it might be whatever algorithm they're using, it gets confused by the beta filter. I could see that. Um yeah, cuz I even was did I do that with the Seestar? I think I did that with the Seestar where I actually had the stock filter on and I had a third party filter I was hand holding and I popped the stock filter off and put the handhold on. I mean the third party filter on, and like I was live viewing it on my phone and like it got super bright and I was pretty sure I didn't let any sunlight go into the sensor without a filter. But whatever happened, it was but that was before the eclipse and the telescope was fine. So maybe there was some issue with the filter or like maybe it had a hole or maybe there was a problem around the edge of it, like it wasn't properly held in the. I mean, I personally always, when I'm not using mine, I put it back in the little plastic container it came with. I normally don't. I'm not normally that organized with that kind of stuff, but for solar filters, I always try to keep them from getting damaged. Um. Okay, so this is confused, but I'm gonna remove this logging here, and I'll go ahead and restart it. And I'm not going to generate the TIFF files. I'll just generate the FITS files. So let me stop and restart. And if this works, if it starts generating the FITS files, I'll start the stacking again. Although maybe I'll do a go-to first. Okay, just to make sure I'm pointing at the right target. So I'm going to do IC 1795. Is that what it was? I feel like I've been on such a journey here since I actually first started looking at this target. 1795. Go and and go and go back to live view. And then once it's on the target, which theoretically shouldn't take long because it should have been close, then I need to just double check that the filter is working. And if that's working, I mean the light pollution filter, that is, if that's working, then I should be able to start the stacking process, and then I should be able to go to serial and try live stacking. Okay. So let's go to settings. Light pollution filter is on. Let me double check this, see what this is doing. Okay. Oh. Did I mess that up? Okay, let me go back to live view, and actually it doesn't matter if it's actually showing up live view. The important thing is it generating FITS files. And it does not appear to be generating FITS files. But I don't actually see it. I don't see like the subscription going. Wait, what did it error? Was there an error here? Let me look at the chat. I'm about Bader filters. I don't know if somebody answered it. Yeah, Bader filters, they're I mean they make some people consider them some of the best Bader planetarium. Some people consider them some of the best solar filters. They're film based ones, but the image that comes off of them is a little, it's more of a white image like this, but it's a very contrasty image, and people will they'll colorize it to make it look more like, you know, other solar filters where it's yellow. But yeah, they're pretty good. And they're not super expensive. You can get like sheets of the film sheets, and I mean, I ended up making one myself. Actually, my daughter made it. I'd gotten some sheet film, and it came with a kit. You could cut it and mount it to whatever telescope you want. And there's third parties that sell the film already mounted if you want it. Yeah, dropped the filter and the film popped out one side. Yeah, I mean it asks you, but it used to be more of a hassle. Like it always struck me as a bit fraught. Like you had to turn on the telescope and you had to kind of like it in the earlier firmwares it didn't, there wasn't a good way for you to kind of raise the arm before you kind of went to the sun. And so that was kind of a little iffy. Um yeah, hold it up to the sun. Yeah. Yeah. But like in the early days it wasn't as straightforward, I feel. Um but yeah, the Bader film is definitely worth it. Actually, there's another uh Gary who sometimes is on the live, sometimes joins the live stream. He has his own he sometimes has his own uh he yeah, he has his own YouTube channel, and he does all, he has that Bader film. I think it's Bader film, and um like, let me mute that. I hate that. I need to like get something where I don't see ads. But he's got let me see. Yeah, see, look. I mean, I think the quality is really good. I mean, the quality on the Seestar filter is pretty good, but I feel like you get more texture on the in the photosphere um, with the Bader type filters. And I think he's, yeah, like he's processed them. Was it this one? Because I know he's done one where he'll run them, he'll process them after the fact, and the results are really amazing. Um, but let me drop that video, and this isn't the video, but he did a, I think like a kind of a review, I think, of the solar of the Bader type filter. Which one was that? Yeah, I forget. But he, I mean, he also has a solar telescope. But yeah, the Beta film is really nice. Um, Let me get back to this. Um, yeah, yeah, the Beta film. There were limited options. Um, it the pre-made stuff definitely started selling out. Um, yeah, yeah. I remember years ago it was on one of the TV shows they had yeah, like dumb legal, not dumb, but like legal disclaimers of like don't do this with our product kind of thing. And you always have to wonder like did somebody must have done that and they got injured. Um yeah. Yeah, Thousand Oaks. I ended up with some Thousand Oaks film too, but I ended up with Bader. Uh yeah. Um yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I actually have a bunch of extra solar film. I but yeah, I was using I think I ended up using I used the stock Seestar filter on the Seestar, but I think my other two telescopes I was running or the other two imaging rigs I was running were with the with the Beta film. Yeah. Yeah, try well, and then there's other things yeah, I remember some things that uh but yeah, Mylar was I think the problem with some of those is they're like it's pretty good, but maybe not ideal from like a UV point of view. Okay, so this is not it's not writing out the images because for some reason it's in a state here. So let's try to get this. Let's try again. Okay, it's subscribed. Okay, cool. I don't know what that was all about, but okay, so this is working. I confirmed that it's not that the light pollution filter is on, so let me start recording, which really I mean stacking. Okay. So once the stack frame count goes up, what I want to do is I'm going to move all the existing light frames out of the way. And if all goes well, okay, one drop frame. Of course. First one it would have to drop. Um, and the second one it has to drop. It actually did. Oh, that's interesting. Um, the Seestar's dropping it, but because it's generating the frames, I'm not dropping them. I'm writing them out. So it's just like how the Seestar can save them. So here's the frames. Okay, so let's try this out. Finally, let's try this out. Okay, let's hit go. After all this, it better take those files. Okay, it took one. Not enough stars to. Okay, how do I. Wait, did it? Did it crash? I think it crashed. Am I running low on memory? I mean, to be fair, that is an alpha version of the software. So let's try this again. Let me try running the non-alpha version. Okay. Let's see. But it's generating FITS files, which is great. Okay. Let's try this. I'm going to do the release version of Cyril. And we'll see if we can get this to live stack. Oh, there's a new version? 1.2.4. No, I'm running 1.2.3. That's fine. Close enough. Actually, let me change the directory here. Boy, this has been a journey. But the good thing is, if this works, going forward, I'll be able to use this. I'll be able to do live stacking. And what I really want to be able to do is, and I haven't looked into this, but I know because ASTAP supports kind of the photometric based or astrometric kind of alignment of mosaic panels. I need to look to see if it supports live stacking a mosaic, because then that would be cool. Then I could just, I mean, my ideal would be I could just have multiple Seestars going, dumping out frames through Seestar Alp, and then I have something on my computer kind of looking at all of them and trying to put them together live. That's my kind of ideal end state, but I don't know if the software supports it. But I think maybe I'll look at that in a sec, unless somebody knows the answer to that. Okay. So I've got the non-alpha version, so maybe it's less crashy. Fingers crossed. Waiting for files. All right. Console. Okay, one image showed up. That's... Where's the footer? Okay, so it's only matching 2 stars. Been mostly using the alpha version from the command line. That's cool. Wow. Is it really that flaky? It crashed. Maybe, although didn't it say live stacking was experimental? I guess it really is. So let me try this asap and change the folder. Oh, the folder's already right. So let's see what this thing does, if this can actually live stack without crashing on me. That looks pretty horrible. Not enough quad matches. Yeah, I think this one might need some tuning because it failed. Okay, let me go back to Cyril. Actually, what was another one that does live stacking? Was it Deep Sky? I mean, problem is, I know some stuff is deep sea. Does it stacker? Is it available on Mac OS? There is a Mac version, allegedly. Okay. That's not promising. Why is it taking so long? Okay, it's actually got a separate executable for, but their website is timing out. Oh, maybe it's this one. Uh, anyway, yeah. Let me see. Um, I haven't. I've got too many windows going on here. Let me go back to this here. Let's see what this one is. Where's my? Oh, here. Was it this one? Oh, this is done. Oh no, I don't know what this. Oh, oh wow, yeah, yeah, that's pretty horrible. Yeah, I don't know why that's failing that badly. But let's see. It's kind of like, why does it? Let me try it one more time, Cyril. Um, Let me try the non-alpha version. Actually, let me see what the release notes are for the latest version of Cyril. Of course, it's like having issues. Let me try that. It's like off screen and I can't move it. Okay. Fix crash when saving images. Well, let me try. Yeah, hopefully it won't be experimental. I hope not to. Okay, let me try to update this. Let me download this and Mac OS, Silicon, download, Dogecoin. Okay, it's going pretty quickly. That's good. Let me, once this downloads, I'll install it. I'll try again. Hopefully it won't crash. If it crashes, I need to rethink things. Okay. Keep both. Because I have the alpha version and a release version, so I'm trying to not. Okay. And let's try this. Okay. I downloaded it from the internet. Okay. Nope. Okay, cool. Well, that was a journey. Let's try this again. For some reason, the dialog ends up on the other screen. Now, configuration. Now, where can I set the number of interesting. You know, I wonder. Yeah, I just had another thing happen locally, which pointed towards the drive being my laptop being low on space. So let me look at that. Maybe that's why this keeps crashing. It's um, always something. Um, let's see. Okay. Okay. That's weird. Um, yeah, it's running low on space, but this is still running, but the problem is not enough stars. 8, I wonder, where is it registration? Um, Calibration. Where do you I always do it through scripts. I don't remember where I did it in here where you could specify the number of star pairs. Um, Wait, is it? It was. Let me look this up. Live stacking. Serial live stacking number of stars. Okay. Let me. Okay. So live stacking. Okay. Zero images stacked. Um, let's see. Um, Remove gradient shift only. Okay, it should be unchecked. Um, I wonder, can I change the filter in the middle? Does that actually work? Or will it just fail? The light pollution filter. Let me go here and I'm going to disable it. Jose, live. Yeah, it's very weird. Let's see. That's weird. Oh. Okay. Sorry. I actually had two versions of Serial running. I'm gonna stop this and I am going to actually what I need to do, I've been so focused on this little project here that I forgot the Helix Nebula is already visible. So I need to stop this other session here of which I've accumulated a lot more data than I had planned. Wow, look at that field rotation. That's pretty terrible. But that's why I usually don't leave things going that long. All right, so I'm going to stop this. And actually what I need to do is see how much we're doing on space. Okay, plenty of space on this. So I'm going to go to helix is oh boy, how am I going to do this? Actually, it's fine. I'm going to go to NGC 7293, search, submit, and then this will start going. Okay, so it's in registration, but is it, let me see. Maybe because I'm doing 2-pass? I thought there was a way where you could specify the number. Is it because there's not a sequence defined? Because like this is manual stacking. Like where do you specify it for live stacking? Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should just give up on this target. That's a good point. I am just going to stop this. Yeah. Both of them are stopped. This one is going to, okay, this one should be on NGC 7293. If this looks good, okay, no obstructions. Go to settings, turn on light pollution filter, save, live. My browser crashed again. Hold on. I'm going to quit that. And I am going to see why it's crashing. That sometimes, basically sometimes, like I delete some files, but then sometimes when backups kick off, it does kind of a volume snapshot and it doesn't actually free the space up, and there was a backup running on my laptop. And so I just stopped it. Let me see. Interesting. Always something. I always have some different technical malfunction on each live stream. Okay. All right. Actually, yeah. It doesn't help that these all these TIFF files I'm generating, it turns out, it actually had accumulated a lot more than I realized. It was 11 gig of data. So I'm trying to free up some space here. Okay, that's looking a bit better. Okay. Okay. Okay, much better. Let me restart my browser. Okay. It is starting. All right. And I had gone ahead and stopped the Seestar ALP software, so I'm going to go ahead and start that up again. So that should now be there. Light pollution filters on. Let me go to live view. It should start viewing. And then I can go ahead and hit start stacking. I should really call it something else besides record because it's not really record. Yeah. Yeah, part of your SSC script. Yeah. Okay, so I always love it where, yeah, local save. Yeah, that's, see, I have to get, I have to go get a Raspberry Pi 5 with an M2 hat so I can use that for my new for running Seestar ELP. This is actually good. This already it's already showing some data. Now what's interesting is this is actually saving the subframes. If I go in here and what is that? That's weird. But yeah, it's no, that's not the one. Yeah. Oh, there it is. See, look, you can see it's. And what's interesting, so this is, see, look at this progression. That's kind of cool. So it was saving the frames that were coming down, but that included kind of the live view. So these are initially live view ones, so they're kind of faint. But then here's where it actually starts doing the longer exposures. You can see how it went from just live preview to live, and so you can start seeing a little bit more data there from the yeah. Now it's not going to amount to a whole bunch because this is still the preview. So I'm going to switch. If I switch off the screen for a few seconds, then it kind of stops pulling the kind of the preview data, and then when I go back, it will show the stacked view. And remember that when I save the data, I don't save the stacked view. Okay, I think this is the stacked view. So I'll leave that up, and it should have stopped writing FITS files. Yeah, it hasn't written anymore. So that's fine. That is as expected. So now what I need to do is, let me see. Actually, so what are these? Interesting. Yeah, I was just deleting some more temporary files that were on the that were here locally. Very strange. Anyway, so yeah, so that's coming along. Let's find another target. Maybe one that doesn't require the. Let's find a bright one. I mean, I could do Saturn. What's around Saturn? Oh, there's some nice bright stars around Saturn. But that doesn't feel like, maybe I should do a globular cluster or something, if there are any clusters. Actually, let's try, there's some clusters over here. And wasn't there there's some Messier. Oh, which one is it? Oh, I still have satellites off. Okay, it's, there was, is that too low? Actually, let me look at my list real quick here. Just to double check. Helix was the one that was most timely, and we're imaging that now. Yeah, let's see. M103, what is M103? M103, that looks interesting. Could do M103, or what would be another good one over here? Could do this double cluster. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do, although I wonder, maybe M103. Maybe I'll do M103. Do I want to do M103? I'll do M103. Okay. So I'll turn off the light pollution filter on this one. Oh, it is off. And I will go to M103 and go to, and then I'll do live view. And so I'll run this one. And there shouldn't be anything I have to do. I moved the FITS files out of here that were from the Helix Nebula, and it's not generating anymore. So as soon as this starts generating some images, some FITS files, okay, one's already showed up here. Oh, nice. See, look, you can see the cluster. And it's not even in stacking mode yet. So it's still with relatively short exposures. Dang it. I'm just looking at the logs, and all kinds of things are going wrong over here. But still need to get to the bottom of why that ends up happening. Okay, link on Discord. Let me go check that out. Actually, that's a good point. Let me see. So here we have this, okay, and it's drifting. So let me go to settings, and let me change it to 2 seconds. Just, why not? And, oh, look, save subframes. Oh, man. because this was the one that ran out of space, it turned off saving subframes. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I got Pluto on this one, I think. I don't know. Whatever I did, it's... Okay, so continuous preview, 2 seconds. So let's see. Oh, because I'm off live view, so I went back to live view. And let me look. Is it generating fits files? Meanwhile, let's see. A link in Discord. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is cool. Wow. There are some people who have some really amazing setups. Like, what in the world? Like, what kind of setup do they have where they're able to get that kind of detail with Jupiter? Man, not to mention it's the moons. I mean, like you can tell the seeing's kind of, you know, not consistent, but that's amazing. That is really amazing. Okay, so I tried, but it's not generating fit files. So I think the backend is having issues, so I'm restarting it. I mean, we're pushing the envelope here. And to be fair, I think some of it's local changes, some of it I think is just some of the local changes are making it worse with multiple telescopes. Oh. Okay, so here's... Yeah, look at that. You can tell a difference there. Like, I mean, it's hard because it's shifted, but like you can see a lot more stars there. Actually, that is interesting. Look at this. And Wiley's site. I don't know if this is what you make of this, but this was with the half a second exposures. And then I changed it to 2 second exposures, and it seems to be not drifting now. Like, why did it kind of stop drifting? Or not drifting nearly as much? Like, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So let me actually go look at, because if it ends up tracking enough without actually having to start recording, that's something worth, that would be something worth kind of experimenting with. Yeah. And actually we could fiddle around with the gain too, because the default gain is 80, but the sensor itself goes beyond that, so we could try cranking up the... Maybe I'll try that in a moment, but let me see if Cyril, if I can do live stacking with Cyril, if maybe the brighter frame... Well, I don't know if it's brighter yet. Without the light pollution filter, maybe it is. I don't know. Wait a second. It is stacking. Nice. Holy moly, I think we've got by Jove, I think we've got it. So now I'm getting excited here. I know, it's late. I have a little threshold for excitement. Let me go. Can you change the gain here? No, you can't change the gain here. Is there a... We should come up with a way to change the gain on the fly. Is that... Okay, so that animation was 10-inch Opsonian. That's not bad at all. I mean, 66 minutes. I mean, like, yeah, lucky imaging. Turn on the filter. Yeah, let me see. Actually, so let me see something here too. I'm going to run Bruno. Because this is like the old way we would do things with the API. Is there a way? Where do you set the gain? Let's see. Sorry. Gain is set control value gain. Is that it? Under get info. Set action get. Wait, action. No, not get. I'm looking for set. Oh, it's under camera, action, set control gain. Yeah, so like this was the old way of doing it. Changing the gain. Let me I'm like bouncing around here, sorry. Let me see what the FITS files are doing. Is it still loading? FITS files. Okay. Seems like it stopped. But these are... Is the backend having problems? The backend's having problems again. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm stopping it. I'm going to switch this one off live view. So I only have one on live view. Only this one on the left on live view. Okay, so I have the image sensor on. I mean the image the light pollution filter on. So here is, okay, yeah, look at how much dimmer it got when I turned the light pollution filter on. See, like there it's off, there it's on. Okay, so, but it's still stacking, which is good. But maybe because there's a lot of stars in the field, like since it's a open cluster. So now what I want to try is, let's do another experiment here. Bruno is the old way we could change settings. So let me change the gain on the fly to 150. Why not? What? Is that no longer working? I'm looking at the logs. Well, that's unfortunate because I was wanting to change the light pollution. I mean, change the gain on it, but I wasn't able to, so that's fine. I'm going to turn the light pollution filter back off. And just to try to improve the quality of the images. So see, here's the light pollution filter on, and it blurred, but then now it's lighter. I mean, brighter image. So we'll go back to this and Cyril. So yeah, Cyril's still. And actually, let's see how far we can push this. Let's go ahead and change this setting. I had this set to 2 seconds. Let me try just putting it to 10 seconds. I wonder if that'll actually work. Okay. Yeah, see it's brighter. What's interesting is when I switched it from half a second to a second, or 2 seconds, it stopped drifting. Okay, so now the live stack should start. Like the subframes will have more data. Cool. It's actually working. All right. That was a journey. But this is good because the other telescope is stacking on the telescope, and I only have this setup where I only have the software set up where when it's in live preview, it will save the frames if they're preview frames. It won't save them if it's stacked frames coming back. Of course, now it's like taking a while. Or did I not click on it? Okay, I just didn't click on it. All right, sorry, I'm behind on the chat. Can you explain the steps to work for Seestar for Windows? I haven't run the Seestar Alp software on Windows, but Wiley Sight has, who's in the chat. And like theoretically, you should be able to just take the executable and run it. And then you point your web browser at the port 5432, localhost 5432, and you should be able to see the telescope. Now, you have to have, right, okay, you don't run this, but like in general, you should have, theoretically it should just work, but your Seestar has to be on the same network. Is your Seestar on the same network as your computer? Like, do you have it in station mode, or have your laptop, like if you're running it on a laptop, you have to connect your laptop to the Seestar, and then it should be able to see it. But like when you bring up, I mean, can you bring up the web interface for this software or for Seestar Alp? Well, so the problem is the Helix test. The problem with this Helix stack is it's not saving the subframes right now because it's previewing the stack. And if it's previewing the stack, it's not going to save the subframes. And I still need to work that out because it's basically dumping everything in one directory right now. But yeah, so to get back to your question, Samba, the yeah, you have to if you run the executable, can you bring up the web page in the browser in your browser, and if you can, does it say the telescope's online or offline? Because if it says it's offline, that means it's not seeing it. So that would point to it being like a network problem, or like your Seestar's on a different network or not on in station mode. It's not connected to the network your computer's on. Um, yeah, yeah, that's true. Saving the stacked frames. I actually had thought about it. I intentionally don't save the stacked frames, but yeah, you could. And I've manually created animations, uh, but I basically took all the subframes and then just wrote a script to like stack the first frame and then the first and second frame and the first, second, third frame, and then it outputted all the stacked frames, and then I made a animation out of it. But it would make it trivial basically to just have it spit out the intermediate stacked frames as it went, and then you could make an animation about it. Oh gosh, good ideas. I need to make a note of that. Save intermediate stack photos. I could make it a flag too. Oh, the one doing the live view. Oh, so you're saying switch that one to the helix, right? Yeah, or it's to Samba's question, you're not getting name resolution. Yeah, I mean, because that's what I have. I'm saving 10-second subs over here continuously. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I made a note, so I think I'll do it as a flag where you can save the intermediate stacks or the subframes. Yeah. But yeah, this is working. I'm quite pleased. Thanks for those who've been watching. Thanks for bearing with me while I got that working. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let me stop M103. I'll stop. Well, actually, it's only in continuous exposure mode, so that's kind of cool. So let me, before this kind of rotates out of view, time is running out on Helix. Yeah, I don't have much time for Helix, so let me go. The cool thing about this is uh, I don't even need to start recording on this. I basically, actually, what I need to do is stop my stack, and then I need to go. So let's see what the stack looks like. That's cool. So I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna go. This was M103. I'm saving all these right now just so I can look at them later, and I want to try processing them later too. Okay. So I need to go ahead and go. And then once this goes, yeah, really what it's like as soon as and maybe what I need to do is have like a button here where it starts. Yeah, I don't know. I need to think about this, how I want it to look. Yeah. Yeah, imaging galaxies at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Let's reload this. Unfortunately, sometimes it has problems, so I really theoretically don't care. I just want to see if it's producing. Look at all the other stuff it left in the directory. Oh, here. Okay. Is that the right thing? Okay, well, let's see. Let's see what Cyril comes up with, makes out of this. Actually, stop. How do I start over? Um, sorry. Is it doing anything? Okay, good. It started over. I wasn't sure if it would throw away what it had already live stacked. Okay, so not enough stars. Darn it. How many stars is it? It says found 14 stars. Oh, found 0 stars? Oh, in channel 0. In channel 1, I mean, 0 stars in channel 1. Oh, is the light pollution filter on? No. It's set to 10 seconds. Let me try doing 15 seconds just for grins. Let's see. Wow, it's really drifting. Look at that. It seems like the drifting's accelerated. That's not right. Hmm. Yeah, that's weird. It is having some problems. Um, that's unfortunate. Let me stop this and restart it. Okay. And that's the stacked version. Now, where's the not stacked version? Should show up. I see something in the logs where it looks like it's stuff is showing up. Actually, what I think I'm running into the issue where when I have too many running at once, it starts having problems. Um, okay. Okay, I can kind of see it there. So why isn't it like it was drifting? Like it's drifting so much. But it's there. But this doesn't look like it. I'm confused. Is this gonna update? Yeah, it is slightly drifting. Okay, it's kind of stopped drifting. Very strange. Oh, it actually managed to start stacking. Maybe once it stopped drifting. Okay, let's go over here. It's still struggling. And like, look at the, like you can kind of see it there, but it's struggling. And it's only managed to stack 4 frames. I mean, the good thing is I'm saving all the frames so I can try stacking these without, oh, that's weird. Look at that. So it was drifting to the right, and then it kind of slowed down and started moving back. It's very strange. You can kind of see. But this seems to be having problems. But yeah. And this doesn't even have the light pollution filter on. So, yeah, I need to, I mean, the other one worked fine. The other one worked fine, so. I mean, it is stacking some. Well, once this is done, once this target's kind of moved behind the building, I'm going to go ahead and try doing this experiment on a different target and see what we come up with. Let me try to find a candidate target. Let me see. Okay. Sorry. Unfortunately, this isn't going to help. The moon's about to poke out from behind the building. Yeah. Can't quite tell yet, but it looks like it's getting close. Because like if I, yeah, see it's right behind the, like it's about to rise behind these buildings, so things are going to deteriorate quickly here. So let me see what I can image here before. I mean, because that cluster turned out nicely, but I didn't have a comparison with. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can do this. I can do the test on some other object, like next time I live stream, because that will be an interesting test to see how well the live streaming, how the live stacking works. What I could do, yeah, that one's almost about to rotate out, or rotate behind a building. Actually, it's weird. Now it's been able to stack a few images. Granted, it's not a ton. Yeah, so like this is up to 163, and this is only 16, 18 images. I mean, you get the idea that it's there, but and this one also has the Graxpert stretch on it, so whereas I don't think this is doing anything like that. But it is interesting because I'm doing 15-second subframes, which is different. I typically don't do more than 10-second subframes. Like, this is so weird. Like, look at the drifting it's doing. So it starts, and then it stops, and then it starts drifting again back. Like it's almost kind of oscillating. Yeah. Preview image and serial stack. Yeah. I think that will definitely be next live stream. Now that I actually have it working, which I'm quite pleased. I'm glad I got that done. Like I say, thanks for bearing with me while I did that. But I think this will unlock a lot of things. I mean, like people were saying, for outreach and whatever, or just being able to easily. Yeah, I mean, because the interesting thing about this is I'm not I'm not recording anything on the Seestar. Everything is being done on my laptop. I mean, the Seestar is just streaming the images, but it's not saving anything locally. So you never run out of space. You would never. I mean, on your Seestar. So that's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Now, right now, it only records. It's either getting the stacked images or the preview images. It doesn't do both at the same time. So if you're stacking on the Seestar, it doesn't currently, the software doesn't currently try to pull both. So if you wanted to somehow save both, that would be it doesn't currently support that. Yeah. What do you have a solution for backing up the Seestar in the field? What do you do? I think my solution is going to be I'm going to get a Seestar, not a Seestar, a Raspberry Pi 5 with an M2 hat. Yeah. 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 No, I mean, I kind of had it in, like, I've had a lot of ideas, but unless I have a deep reason to do it at that point, I don't necessarily do it. And a lot of what I've done recently, it may have been on my list, but my list is like a mile long, and people, like when people ask about it or they frame it a different way that I find kind of more compelling, it kind of goes up on the list. Or in some cases it's just something I hadn't really considered, that like the best one was still the Graxpert stretch. I hadn't really considered it, and that worked out great. But yeah, like being able to save subframes, and that's what's useful about that's another neat thing about these live streams, is it's kind of a two-way thing where people throw things out there, and I'm like, oh hey, and I either implement it or I end up Sometimes I go off and implement it. Sometimes I do it on the stream. So, um, yeah, because I had made a note of where I wanted to implement it, but I basically hadn't implemented it before the live stream. This being able to save this frames, and now it's up to 30. So let's see what it's like. I do want to check out some of the other live stacking options because really I want to be able to live stack a mosaic. I think that would be amazing. Um, Especially if you had the frames coming from multiple telescopes and it just kind of all gets pulled down and then stacked. That would be amazing. Oh, right. So yeah, your tablet has removable SD. Well, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I haven't traveled with the Seestar where I didn't have a telescope computer with me, so I haven't had to deal with that yet. Um, but I am I am kind of leaning towards maybe I was thinking of getting a Raspberry Pi 5, and now that I've done this, I think the suggestion of getting the M2 hat, I think I might end up doing that, and that'll be my field kind of option. Are there plans to pull the Seestar fit files once completed back to SSC? It's been, I mean, there's people who have scripts that do it. That said, there are API calls and there's events. Like there's so much more we could be doing that we're not. Like the Seestar is kind of saying what's going on as it's taking photos and other things. Um, so really, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm just thinking the gears are grinding slowly, but um, yeah, we could do something. We could do something. I need to think about that more. I mean, I always look for other software for inspiration, and yeah, I can think of a couple projects in that do slightly different things that I need to think about that. Um, jobs, jobs after done imaging to pull images from Seestar. And there's, and there's a lot of things we've talked about too, like adding more analysis, more imaging pipelines. I mean, given that the Seestar, um, given that the software is written in Python, like there's so many Python libraries we can add. I mean, just like the whole thing about the being able to track satellites, that would be cool. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, so it wasn't clear Samba that so you have the Windows executable, but does it show on the status screen that I mean, when you bring up the web browser, do you see um does it show stats? Like, do you see, like, when you go to it, do you see a screen like this one where it has like all the information about the Seestar? Oh, Wiley site, are you there? Does it, do you have to run the startup sequence before it does something? Okay. Yeah, yeah. So Wiley site, I was wondering, or Samba, do you like what did you do first? Did you try to do go to, or did you try to image something? Because I mean, the software is going through a lot of changes, and there also have been some quirks with certain versions of the firmware. So I'm just curious, like, what was the step? Yeah, startup sequence is fairly important. So like I mean, for me personally, when I start mine up, the first thing I personally do, and Wiley Site might have a better thing to do, I go to the command screen and I click startup sequence. And then it unparks the telescope. It sends some commands, some other commands that you need to have sent to the telescope, and it kind of opens up the telescope, and then at that point, theoretically, like it's at least for me, it's ready to go. Um, but I'm not running it in equatorial mode, so I just kind of pick the command or the place object I want to go to. Um, but yeah, the startup sequence. Now the other thing is, are you running the app at the same time, and are you running the latest firmware? Because Wiley Site might have more insight into this, but I thought there was an issue where if you had your phone, or was that like an alpha software or beta software? Because like one of them would take control and the other one wouldn't be able to control it. But maybe that wasn't a beta feature. Okay, that's the beta. So never mind that. But you have to do the startup sequence. And at least for me, once I've done that, I can go do other things then. I can tell it to go to a target, start imaging and stuff. Um so no, you don't get FITS files with in scenery mode. It's theoretically possible, but it's not currently set up that way. The saving of the FITS files was specifically the part of the code where it's in star mode, and specifically when it gets a preview frame. Um, because the scenery, all those other modes, the scenery, the star, but I was planning on adding some kind of imaging support for those modes as well, because like in the case of sun mode and lunar mode, like with app you can record the sun and the moon and stuff, and I want to be able to do that locally to my computer, especially when I'm doing like things where I'm looking at the sun for a long period of time. Uh, Not quite a time lapse, but like I want to be able to image it for a long period of time, and I want to be able to save that locally. Um, so yeah, it isn't supported currently, but I'm definitely open to suggestions of what kind of thing you would find useful for those different modes, because I have some ideas, but I haven't too deeply thought about it. Um, let's see. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. The Seestar Fit files. Well, yeah. I mean, like what I'm doing is I'm effectively generating my own Seestar Fit files here, because I'm taking like the raw frame capture that the Seestar is generating, and I mean we should probably look at that to see if what the Seestar is writing out to the file system is the same thing that I'm generating, but I have a feeling it probably is, because they're just I think just taking the raw frame and writing it out, and they're also sending it. Um, yeah, so I'll have to check that out. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's this yeah, so yeah, the startup sequence is important. Yeah, I mean, like originally I was saving JPEGs and PNGs, but I was using that library and I was trying to save TIFF files, but of course Cyril wouldn't have it. So, um, like I could save the images as JPEGs. I could build a movie MP4 file out of it. Like there's a lot of things I could possibly do. Um, but yeah, but I do think I mean, for sun mode and sun mode, lunar mode, and scenery mode, I want to save something, but it'll probably be either still JPEG, it's like still PNG files, or well, and plus the the format of what it's sending down the wire when you're in those modes is not you're not getting the raw uh, image data. You're getting a compressed image data. You're getting compressed image data anyway. So um, it's up to 61 frames. So let's see. Let's see where we are on this. I mean, this looks kind of eh, but I'm gonna play around with this. I have to play around with this more. Um, Let me see. Oh, see, it's again, there's other problems going on with the back end, so I've got to yeah. Um oh, that's looking nice. Yeah, panorama mode for scenery mode. I mean, the OpenCV library supports it, but I promised I wasn't going to implement it until I got this in better shape, so I still have to work on that. Yeah, that the whole thing about the app running at the same time, I think only applies if you're running the beta version of the app, which unless you explicitly uh, did that by going to the kind of the test flight instance or whatever, however they're using deploying the beta version, you're not gonna you wouldn't have gotten that from the app store. Um, yeah, so this is it's definitely a positive step. So I'm looking forward to exercising this more now that I got it working. Yeah, that's cool. Implemented a new feature on the live stream, um, or at least the beginning of a feature. What happened? Oh, you do have the beta version. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you're running the beta version, that definitely could be a problem. Oh, oh, yeah. So that's interesting. That's a very interesting thought. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. I mean, if you have it in, if you switch it to star mode, does it start tracking immediately, even if you don't point it at a target? That would be one question. Because the problem is in scenery mode, like Wiley Sight said, it doesn't really um, return kind of the higher quality images, at least not that I've tried, unless there's, yeah, no, I don't think it does. Um, now, now, if you're not going for the highest quality image, but you're just wanting to view stars, I mean, your skies are better than mine, but I know even with mine, with my skies, if I switch to scenery mode, um, at night, I can see stars on it. I also see a lot of like background noise. The sky isn't very dark. It's, which actually kind of points to it like it's over, like it's got a lot of gain turned on, I think. But I can see stars definitely pretty well. Um, yeah. What is going on here? Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting because yeah, the beta mode. I mean, I remember hearing someone on the Discord server had had the alpha or whatever, and it just seemed kind of, yeah. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I have the idea, an inkling of what they were going for, but it just seems kind of potentially more frustrating than useful. I mean, because even at home, like I would run my phone and like a tablet at the same time against my telescope, and I would have just like I would control the telescope from both. So if it's kind of requiring you to only control from one, that would be kind of a drag. Yeah, I mean, because like again, I that would totally break what I how I used to use things because I would run the tablet version and the phone version at the same time. Yeah, that's a massive drag. Hopefully they'll either fix it before they release it or ideally add a setting where you can shut it off because that seems like it would be very frustrating. Very frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, both devices, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's good for outreach, but again, like, what's the common use case? Is outreach the common use case, or is somebody running it at home who happens to have a phone and a tablet? Like that seems a lot more likely than an outreach scenario. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, but again, I think the problem is when it's in scenery mode, it's not. But then again, there's sometimes there's some functionality in the Seestar where it's like it'll do it, but it's not, the app doesn't do it, and it does a slightly different flow. So we'd have to look at it, see if there's a way to start pulling raw frames, for example, without tracking, with basically like scenery mode or no scenery mode. Basically, what you want is raw frames without the telescope moving. I'll have to think about that. Test it out. Yeah, exactly. However many devices I want. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing outreach, it's, yeah. 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 If the phone's running out of juice, then what? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, but even then, like, it's still not going to be the majority of Seestars. Um, I mean, it's a useful feature, but for the average home user, it's just going to get in the way. Um, pulling. I'm just making a note about pulling frames without tracking. So this, I mean, it's stacking. It's just kind of got a weird color cast to it, but then again, this isn't. I mean, it in some ways it's an unfair comparison because this is has a nice stretch applied to it, whereas this is not as much of a stretch. Now, one thing I need to test out at some point where it is this remove gradient, where it'll remove gradient from each subframe as it's going. So yeah, I'll have to check that out. But it's been mostly succeeding. Um, what was it? What was I going to check with that? Oh, would be, yeah. Graxpert live stacking. That's what they really need. They need a live stacking and Graxpert. Anyway, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. What they really need to do is have a toggle to just shut that off. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, I mean, my tablet, I don't even have a GPS. I mean, I don't even have cellular service on my tablet, so I would have to use my phone for that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's going to be an issue. Yeah, Quarks is using web-based Stellarium. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, that's really very frustrating. I was possibly going to install Seestar. I mean, not Seestar. I was thinking about upgrading um one of my Seestars to the latest firmware, but I haven't. I was going to do it this weekend, but I ended up being busy, and tomorrow I'm going to be busy too. So maybe I'll do it in a few days. Um, yeah, yeah, um, yeah. For the massive field rotation, you could do more panels with less overlap, or like Wiley Sight said, just use EQ mode. I personally haven't gone that route yet, but um, yeah, you just end up having to have a lot of panels with a lot of overlap to deal with it if you don't go EQ mode. Um, and I know, yeah, Wiley Sight had he had a few misfires with EQ mode until he kind of got it dialed in, and now that's seems like that's all the main way he runs it these days. Um, yeah. I'm actually not that tired, believe it or not. Um, it's just I'm trying to keep up with the chat because it's like going along here, and I was also waiting until this image kind of um, until the helix started kind of rotating out of view, which I would have thought it would have already. Ah, I still have this. Yeah, like again, my map. I need to redo my map or my horizon, but it's it should probably start rotating out of view. I mean, it should start kind of going behind a building. Um, the one thing I was thinking of imaging, I was actually thinking of kicking off another target after Helix, but let me see if it's even visible at this point. No, it wouldn't be visible yet. Um, I think, let me check. Yeah, it wasn't visible yet. Um, yeah, only reason to run alt as is solar lunar planetary. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because like Wiley side, he used to. Yeah, yeah. Wiley side said he. I remember. I remember hearing about the failures of getting it working. But yeah, then it and actually, um, if I recall correctly, Wiley site, you said you had kind of added some things to SSE to kind of make it easier to do that initial equatorial alignment, like some of the steps you personally do to kind of at the beginning when you're getting things aligned. Um, I recall you mentioned something about that, like with the initial calibration steps you would do. Okay, you added start polar align command. Is that's in commands, right? Maybe I don't have the right version. Uh, oh, here. Yeah, start polar align. There you go. Yeah. Did you also add the start create a dark? Because those yeah. Yep. Cool. So let me see. Yeah, I think this image is about done with the helix. But it was an interesting test. This is kind of I'm gonna save these images and restack them later. Actually, I could probably do it now. Let me do it now. I'm gonna stop this and oh wow, there we go. Massive artifact. Okay, it's done. I mean that target's done. So let me shut this down. Shut this one down before it totally mangles it. And go none. Okay, so I'm going to actually completely shut down the back end. And what I'm going to do is let's look at all these subframes I have here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see which ones were starting to get obstructed. Actually, it was starting to get obstructed a while ago. Look at that. You can see here it was going behind the building. So actually, it was about 6 minutes ago. So let me make directory helix live stack, and I'm going to go, how far back? I think these are all from helix live stack. So I'm going to go to the beginning here. Okay. All right. I think it was around this point, and let me, okay, helix live stack, and I'm gonna move all these files over here, and I gotta make sure I didn't have too many. Okay, so I'll go up to here. I missed a few at the end, and I will bring them over here, and then I'm gonna try stacking them in serial. So let's change the directory to helix live stack. Open, actually what I need to do is helix live stack, make a lights directory, just because. And okay, so let's, okay, I've got a lights directory. Let's run the script. I'm not going to do the drizzle ones. I'll do the 5-star one. Just because. Okay, let's see what this does. I wonder if this script is going to get confused because it was already debared. But we'll see. We'll see what it comes up with. Okay. Let's see what the... Oh, hey. How do you know? All of these colors are... I wonder if there's a problem with my color channels. So, yeah, I think there's a problem with my color channels. But that's okay. That's a fixable problem. I want to do with no denoise. Sure, let's do this. See what this comes up with. It's probably going to be horrendous. Okay. There's a lot of discussion in the chat about polar alignment. I'm just viewing Saturn right now. That's cool. Cool. Saturn. Cool. Okay. So let's see what this comes up with. Like I say, I think the channels are a bit off on the imaging. Yeah. Eesh. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. Definitely a work in progress. It reminds me of the what do you call it? Some of the processed images on certain public forums where people just kind of go crazy with the colors. This is definitely unintentional, so I need to look at that. That looks like there's a problem with the channels. And maybe I didn't notice it with the stars because they were just stars. I wonder if there's another target I could test. Maybe I won't test it tonight, but um no, it's fine. No spamming. It wasn't spamming of the chat. It's all good. It's all good. And I'm not the expert on the equatorial mode. I haven't. I attempted it once, and it wasn't even a good attempt. I tried to do it during a live stream, and it was a complete fail. So I haven't had a chance to do it since. Uh, but it's definitely something I want to try to do. Um, yeah, so this was pretty horrific, but I think it's a channel problem. Actually, let me look at this, what it's doing in the code. Yeah. What I should do is I should go ahead and I'm going to also save a PNG. No, I'll save a TIFF. And so I can look at those as well to see if it's something I'm doing with the yeah. I'll have to check that out. So let me see what I'm going to do next. Actually, like I was saying, the one target I wanted to go after is not visible at the moment. So I'll have to look for something else. Although, let me see how the sun's doing. I mean, the moon is doing, because that might be part of the problem. Although I could point it at the moon. Oh yeah, you can see the glow down there. Actually, I may just do that. I may just actually this would be a good test of go to moon, because I did it go to Pluto, but let's see if it can go to the moon. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do this one. Let me start it back up. Home. Still starting. I'll go to that. Starting. And actually what I want to do is go to live and shut off. I want to shut off image. Actually, it's not recording, so it's fine. It's in continuous exposure. Actually, I shut it off. And is this one in continuous exposure mode? Let me shut. Oh, that is off. Okay. So they're both off. Now I'm going to turn it to moon mode, which just starts streaming. And actually that wasn't the one I wanted to do, but I'll go with it. So let's go look for the moon. Go planet. Oh, planet moon not found. Bummer. Oh man. I mean, there is a command in the Seestar where it knows where the moon is, and you can just say go to the moon. But I don't want to do that right now, so I'm just going to do 38 minutes, 53 seconds, plus 23 degrees, 18 minutes, 58 seconds. J2000, submit, go live. And if all goes well, it should start. It should start streaming. Oh, No, that's not right. Interesting. So go-to wasn't compatible with um oh, hey, look at that. I can actually control. Whoa, went too fast. Whoa, it's fighting me. There we go. Hello, why are you drifting? I think it's trying to track the moon and it's kind of being a little weird. It's a little fussy. Nope, nope. Stop. Stop. No. You're going too far. Oh man. Yikes. Oh look, and see you can see stars going. Whoa. It's going crazy. It's a little finicky. I don't know why it's so sensitive. It wasn't quite this sensitive the last time I was using it. Okay. Oh, this is like a little, I think it's a bit behind on the controls. Yeah, seems just a little off. Seems a bit too sensitive, but I'm just trying to steer it, which makes it more complicated given that it's not around here. Like I can't see what it's doing. Why is it? It's got a mind of its own at the moment. Um, I'm just looking at the chat to see if any of it's directed at me, but it's a great discussion on the on polar alignment. Uh, cool, cool, cool. Okay. Now, one thing. There was this command. Let me go look at this. It um what was it? Was it track? Was it track? It was like tracking true. Um let's see. It's don't attempt this. Ah, no. What is it? It was echo. Okay. Which one is this? Which Seestar is this? It's 251, 92, 168, 42, 251, 4700. I think. Was that right? Huh. Maybe not. Um, 4,700. Okay. Was that it? It was. Oh, params. True. Huh. Let me see. What was this one? There was also this command. Oops. Failed to operate. Huh. Yeah. I mean, eventually I'm gonna have commands for this in the, or have the UI do this. I was basically trying to get it to what is tracking? Equipment is moving. Didn't like that. Yeah. I mean, I actually have done that. It's just I was looking at some notes I had trying to force it, but I think I got it kind of at least close enough. Um, yeah, I know. I know. The problem was it was like on the telescope. Actually, let me see. Let me see if I dumped it off to my NAS. Because it was like M33. Let me go look at that. Foundation. Okay. And what is it? See, sorry, I'm trying to remember which telescope it was on. Seestar. Star. It was M33. Okay. I had done a full hour, but that isn't here. So let me see where I might have done that. Well, do you remember how long ago that was less than a month ago, right? Oh, here it is. 361 frames. Okay, September 8th. I found it. Okay, let me get that. Sorry, I'm just grabbing a file off, and I still need to go figure out what other target I'm going to do for the other telescope. Now that the moon is up and blinding things. Okay. Oops. Trying to do a... Okay, why didn't that work? Trying to... All right. All right, sorry. Please bear with me while I grab this file. Okay, that is correct. So that is the right file. Okay. Oh. Okay, it's copying. And let me dump it in Discord. Which Discord channel did you want it in? Oh, I see. You've got it right there. Never mind. I'm just having this, man, got Windows, monitors. Okay, there's the stacked file. Is this the one? Okay, cool. Yeah, actually, so that was another thing that does remind me. This was something, Seiko was talking about getting, doing some more image analysis, including that signal to noise ratio, getting that. That would be cool. All right, that's in play, and that should be there now. I don't know if I have any NGC 7293 that was a full hour. Did I? Let me go check. One good thing about when I redid the network, I have kind of like the network where the telescope's on, and I have a couple wireless access points. So I had like one just for the telescope, for the Seestars and other stuff, like the all sky camera, and I moved that access point downstairs, and then it's plugged into the wired network, and it comes up here. So so my laptop's on it up here, but it was still kind of awkward because my NAS boxes were on the other network, and the networking was kind of a little more separate than it needed to be. Anyway, I moved the NASs onto the same network since I'm the only one who accesses them in the house. So it's actually a lot more straightforward. Whereas these kind of things I typically couldn't do when I was live streaming, because it was on a different network, and I would have to like cause some. I could potentially end up disrupting something because I ended up switching streams. So let me see. Oh, okay. Okay. So you gave me NGC 7293 just for so I can compare it to what I already have. Oh, nice. 110 minutes. I'm not sure how much I have of it right now. I mean, I'm very constrained. I can usually only get about 20 or 30 minutes at a time because it's kind of in that canyon. Like there's so many good targets that only are in that window there. Like Pluto. I mean, Pluto's not Pluto's an interesting target, but like the Eagle Nebula and the Lagoon Nebula. Lagoon Nebula is even deeper in that kind of trench, so I definitely only get about 20 minutes from that one. So it's kind of a drag. At least I can see them, but I have to be very uh, and because of, if I end up not being able to image it for a few weeks, then of course it's in that window at a different time of the night. So I have to, like, if it's been a few weeks, I have to check because it's such a narrow window of time and, in the sky that I have to, yeah, it's just kind of annoying. Um, yeah, below the horizon. Well, for people who are doing equatorial. Speaking of below the horizon, it's kind of, it's different. It's actual below the horizon, but the that library that was added for being able to go to planet, and it has all the other calculations, including satellites and stuff. One of the things it has is being able to calculate if you're if you can see below the normal kind of horizon, like if you're on a tall mountain and you're kind of looking down maybe into a valley and something beyond the valley, like in the sky, um, it can do that calculation for you, which I'm like, wow, they really covered their bases with that one. Oh wow, had to plug and unplug the battery. Yeah, yeah, it's getting late. I might not. I mean, since the moon is now interfering with things, I might not. I might not bother doing another target actually at this point. Um, yeah, the Eye of Sauron. It is impressive. It looks really interesting. Uh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Seiko, for that. Um, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just have a very limited window to do it, so that's why I've been kind of eager um, to image it as much as I can. Um, but yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna do any more targets because the only other thing I was thinking I might do isn't. I don't think it was uh oh, oh dang it. It might actually be close to being visible. Yeah, I might not do it on the stream. I might try it after the stream. I've actually been wanting to try getting the Sculptor Galaxy. Um, because it might actually be getting close to being visible. Um, maybe I will try it on this one. Uh, using the handy dandy go to 253 deep sky, look it up and go to, and we'll see. Like I say, I may image this and kick off an imaging session with that and then uh wrap it up for the evening. Okay, thanks, Chris. If that was directed at me, uh, yeah, I'm, yeah. Let me see what the live sky camera is looking like. It, it's not quite there, but yeah, like what was it last night? Um, it actually did generate the time lapse, and so you can see, what was it? Like, this was last night's session, and I stopped right around the time the moon started interfering. And you can start seeing bright light coming up down here. Yeah, and there's the moon coming up. And that's when I stopped. And the telescopes are parked because yeah. SQM 17.91. I'd love to have something. No, I mean I was getting like 16.9 or to like low 17. I need to check it out. Um Actually, Bode's Galaxy. Well, so I have all these obstructions, but that is a good point. Bode's Galaxy might be visible. Hold on, where's Bode's? Okay. So, wrong. Let me try this again. So Bode's, it's like M80 or 81. Like the two galaxies. It is M81. Oh man. So this protrusion is not real. But if you look, oh, okay. It's just becoming visible. Maybe. Like when it's behind this thing, that's not necessarily real. But I mean, the good thing is, so by 3 in the morning, so yeah, about 2 o'clock, 2:30, it should definitely be visible from my backyard, and will be for, yeah. So that means in another month or so, yeah, it'll be visible just around midnight in a month. No, in a month? Yeah, that's a month. Jeez. And then yeah, by December it'll be visible before midnight. But yeah, right now it's just now starting to kind of get behind this, or become visible from behind these buildings. So it's close, but realistically it'll be another few weeks before it's a good target for me, unless I want to get up early in the morning, which I don't tend to do. Okay, so let's go back and see if this actually found what I was looking. Oh, it did. Look, it just barely. This is actually pretty good, but that's because it's in preview mode, but the previews are set to 15 seconds. I wonder if I can decrease that. I am Bortle 9, and a bad Bortle. I mean, like Wiley Site has an SQM of 17.91. Mine I think was like 17. So mine's an even worse Bortle 9. But it's because, I mean, we're in the same size, similarly sized cities. It's just I'm in the core of the city. Okay. Good night, Wiley Site. Thanks for joining. I'll talk again, I'm sure, before too long. That's cool. Yeah, the problem is the times. There was a very narrow window a few months back where I was thinking about doing it, but I didn't end up imaging it. And then by the time I realized, oh, I need to image this, it was already kind of rotated in a position where I couldn't get to it, which was kind of a drag. But now it's good that it's actually kind of rotating back into view. Let's see. Oh, that was interesting. See, I think there's a problem with these fit files I'm generating. Yeah, there's definitely a problem with these fit files. Um, because see the colors on this image? If I look on it, if I look at it in this one, it's got that same blue that that the Helix had. So let me look at this. There's something going on here. And I wonder why. Oh. Okay. What was it? Yeah. Yeah, that was a problem. Or maybe that is a problem. Let me check. Okay. I may have to do this twice, but that's fine. Okay, so that's for the TIFF file. Oops. Okay. Okay. Let me check the chat. I thought I saw a message come up. Yeah, it's funny. I like have two chats and one of them was behind. Yeah, Orion. I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to doing some great mosaics with Orion. Yeah, it's below the horizon. Yeah, I saw some people who had done that, and I think the problem once I saw that I'm like, "Oh, I need to image that." And at that point it was already too late for my particular backyard. Like if I would have found a place with a uh better visibility to the north, I could have done it, but unfortunately it was not from my backyard. I'm sorry, Senko. I think it's because it's late, but yeah, that's funny. I looked at your data and I'm sorry for you. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. It really is. It truly is. I mean, people have asked me, like, what did you do to your all sky camera where it looks like it's daylight? And I'm like, I just put it outside and that's the way it looks. Like, it looks that way with with my eye, you know? Like, yeah. Like I'm actually impressed that earlier I could actually see a few stars on the all sky camera because sometimes like I when it was in the summer and there was a lot of haze, I couldn't even see this many stars on the all sky camera. But that was that that really I laughed at that. Um, uh, yeah, how do I? Let me see if I can grab that. Um, sorry, let me. Oh, okay. Let me grab it. Download. Okay, yeah. So downloading from the Google. All right. It is almost there. Okay. So let me quickly get this set up. Um, that was I don't know why I found that so funny. Maybe it's from the having to deal with it all the time. It just I don't know. It struck me as funny that like it is bad. It is really bad. Um, images. What do I want to call it? Okay, M33. And this was M33. What was the name of that file that I just downloaded? Downloads. Okay, stacked. Stacked. And M33. And where was the file? Wait, what? Oh. Okay, and where is my file? Okay. Okay. Let's try this out. Let me see if I can view this. Yeah. Okay. So this is just unprocessed, just using the fit previewer. And these are comparable exposures. The one I have my cursor over, this one is the one I took, about an hour. The one Seiko took, about an hour. Bortle 1/2 versus 9, which is mine. So this is what mine looks like with a full hour of data. Just the preview. And this is what Seiko's looks like. So let me pull it into Graxpert so I can really cry about this. Graxpert. And the only reason I'm doing Graxpert is because of the stretch. I'm not doing the noise reduction on it. I guess I could have done it in Cyril, but I'm doing it in Graxpert now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your skies. Let's see, Seestar Alp. Where did I put that? Where's that directory? Okay. I don't know. When things are sorted alphabetically but case insensitive, it just kind of frustrates me. Wait. I'm confused. Where is that? Where is that directory? M33. Am I in the right? So weird. Where's the directory? Sorry, I'm... Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay. All right. So here is my image with, let me switch it to 20% sigma or 20% BG, 3 sigma stretch. This is yeah, this is pretty abysmal. No, that's too much. So if I go to this one, okay. This is literally an hour of data for me. And the same amount from Seiko is that is so much more data. Like mine is, I mean, mine is like just so awkward because it's like it's so washed out and it's so like you don't even see as half the galaxy. Like like you can see so much more. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, Bortle should run background extraction. So let's do this. Let's do this for both. I'm gonna do, this is on Seiko's. And that's overcooked. Okay. Okay, so that's background extraction. Now let me look at mine. Unfortunately, it's, let's see, and then it's just so bad. It's so bad. I mean, I've gotten some I've gotten some reasonable results, but I had to do a lot of generalized GHS stretch uh, or GHS processing on it, and I ended up. I think I used like 5 or 10 hours of data. Oh God, that's pathetic. That is a sad copy. It's like what happens if like somebody took Seiko's image and Xeroxed it, like ran it through a copy machine several times, and then they ended up with my image. Like that's what mine really looks like. Okay. Good night. Good night, Wiley Sight. Um, but yeah, that's just that's just sad. And then like look at all the noise and artifacts on this. And this is the stack that came out of the Seestar. And really it's not the Seestar's fault. It's my sky. It's just so bad. Wow. I think I need to process that yeah. Okay. Good night, Tech Gamer. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. And yeah, dark skies do matter. Oh, nice. NGC 97. Oh, nice. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Chart on cloudy nights. Yeah, it's so it's so awkward, the difference. Um it is so bad. I wonder, let me check something real quick here. Um Transit. I'm just checking something. Okay. Okay. Anyway, now is this still pulling down images or did it stop? Let me look at the directory here. Looks like it's still pulling down images. I may have to, yeah. It's too bad about these fit files. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do one more thing, one final thing before I call it a night. Definitely one last thing here. Because since I have this and I can tell the colors. Yeah, yeah, a lot of hey, hi Jose. Um, yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon myself, just because yeah, as you can see, the moon just popped above one of the houses uh, around me, so it's kind of shining in the backyard right now. Um, but I am doing a test here, so let me see. It is from buffer reshape. Let me. I think. Oh. I wonder. GRGB to BGR. But I think that was. Let me try this. Let me try this. What do you call it? I want to do. Okay. This will be quick, hopefully. Okay. And I'm going to try doing RGB. I'm going to try I'm going to try that. And let's restart. And whether this works or not, I'm going to bed soon. um, although it's not that late. I've done much worse than this. And I do have a feeling that once we head into the fall, um, when the skies start getting better here, I probably will start doing some really late live streams. And I need to start streaming again to Twitch. Okay, so this is back. This is back. Now let me see what the fit files look like. Fit. Okay, so these are the ones before I made the change. Or are they? These are the ones after the change. Still this weird color. Let me see. Yeah, the color's still. So that's not it. Oh well. I'll have to figure it out, but yeah, there's something strange about how it's saving the fit files. But if I can sort that out, maybe I'll figure that out before next week or before the next live stream, which let me I always kind of like looking forward to see when the next live stream might be. Sunday evening will be good, but I'm going to be out of pocket, so that won't work. Monday, it claims it's going to be cloudy, so we'll see. And even if it is, I'll probably, if there's any clear skies, I might use that as an opportunity to work on live view more. But it probably won't be till Thursday, Friday that I'll have clear skies again. At least when I would be able to do a live stream. So yeah. Yeah. No, and that makes sense. And yeah, we had talked about that, or you had talked to me about that, kind of what you wanted to um kind of, yeah, it would be neat, kind of, it would be interesting to, yeah, give people information where it's like, okay, you want to image M33 and you're in this kind of sky, this is how long you might have to um image before you get a reasonable reasonable outcome. It makes a lot of sense, and I think, I mean, to be honest, that would be helpful for me with my bad skies, because sometimes it's kind of hard to tell until until I start accumulating data, and even then, like, there's so much noise in a lot of the data I have that I end up having to really get a lot of data. But yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna do for tonight. Honestly, I mean, the moon's starting to interfere. It's late, and for me, and can you see the? Let me see. Yeah, you can start seeing kind of the beginning of the moon down here. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining, and appreciate it. And as always, and I hope to see you all in a few days next live stream. And until then, I hope you have clear skies wherever you are. Thanks for joining. Thanks. Bye. Good night.